Tie your shoe.
Be her stunt breast. Apparently someone's playing her stunt breast here, because this doesn't look like her chest, as you can see. Well, as you can't see. Right, you can't see her fucking ribcage, skeleton. So people are saying, well, this must be... Maybe it's like one of those, like, silicone breast things? I don't know. I don't know. What's the point? Is the point that, oh, look, I look worse here, that with large breasts, so actually I need to starve myself. It's like... Yeah, he's wearing like a breast vest. Oh, you really showed us, Ariana. Yeah, you should starve yourself. Yeah, that's a good... No. 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 Horrifying. Oh, the song sucks, by the way. Queenman watching this and trying to clap his hands, but his bones and body are too weak from the heroin. Like, this guy's like 90, he looks healthier than Ariana does. Anyway, I don't have much else to say. Let's see here. So guys, remember when Purple Parry Gaming said, "Oh, hey guys, it's me, Purple Parry Gaming. I think that Stardust and Zugurite are in some sort of lesdom relationship." And we all laughed and laughed. Oh, Parry, he's so silly. Where does he...
I don't think he looked at the fact that I added him on Discord. Let me see, though.
Rick and Morty style out there concepts. Like...
okay.
Stardust and... it's Zugami now, but you know, the... the one lady sort of looks like Paradise. All of these crazy out there ideas like Stardust and Zugami, being in a Lesdom BDSM 24/7 slave contract relationship. Where does Parry get this stuff from? I would like an apology, guys. I would like an acknowledgement that I was on the fucking money day fucking one. I would like somebody.
I'm gonna use the restroom really quick. Let me do that. Okay. I don't want to rip this guy's content too much, just as I'm waiting on him. Where is this guy?
For doubting.
Need I remind him in a chat, I suppose. Added you on Discord. Retry now. Oh, his connection lost? Interesting. He's having connection issues on his kick. Or am I, is that just me? Hopefully it's not me.
Yeah, we don't.
Yeah, I think this color is fine on Stardust. It's just the fit in this case. This color is way better than the bright yellow she had.
We're doing an
Added you on
examination
Discord.
on the color coordination
Are you
of
sure?
Stardust's outfit. Lovely.
I don't see it.
Let's go.
You're also Black Plague on Discord, right?
Fuck with that shit. Thank you for the follows. 1/3 of a buzz cut. So like
Did he say he didn't see it?
you could, I feel like you could rock a side shade. Happy birthday! For the
Are you sure? I don't see it. You're also Black Plague on Discord, right?
fuck with that shit. Thank you for the follows.
Yeah, yeah, it's the same
1/3 of a
Discord.
buzz cut. So like
I used to be in this server, so I wouldn't have to. I didn't have to add him or whatever if I wanted to, like, if he wanted to message me or I wanted to message him or whatever. But it's not the case anymore. I'm just I have to add him that way.
You pick your poison. Pick your poison, girly.
What do you mean? What do you mean? No, 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 please, please, no, 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 God.
Hell yeah.
It's quite overt. I thought it was going to be a bit more coded in language than that.
I like you a lot in VC. Emmy, I like you a lot in VC.
I know it's like all these other streamers are gonna be like, "Oh, Parry, who cares? Get that, let them get their bag." I just find it so gross. The whole, "Oh, we're like best friends."
I like
we're best
Pepsi.
friends,
Purple
thanks for
Parry.
the money. Oh, we're
The
like best
Pepsi
friends."
name was so goated, dude. It was so stupid, but I love it. That name was. That name was a lawsuit awaiting, though. Kind of, isn't it? Probably inevitable.
Get the body drawing stuff. You're the best.
Oh wait, I see. Wait, we found the air. Is that like the Erudite clone, quote unquote? That like, who referenced that yesterday? Westside Tyler? I think. Yeah, this person does look like Erudite a little bit. I see it.
Who they hired is
Yeah,
like,
like I see the resemblance. It's like not uncanny. It's not like 1-to-1, but I do see the Erudite resemblance in this person's facial features and the style a little bit. The collar there. There's a collar. Oh, I see the clone. I see the clone argument now. It's even in the style of like outfits. Like the collar's there. It's crazy. Okay, gotcha.
With your toes, though. I can't write
Wait, so what did Stardust just say?
Something
what we're
about
doing
toes?
off camera. You guys can't see
You
it.
locking toes. 2,000
It's actually what we're doing off camera. You guys can't see it.
So they're saying they're locking toes off stream.
You can write with your toes, though.
I can write with my toes. I once ripped one of those mattress tags off.
We doing toe talk. Toe talk. Awesome. Okay, what are we doing in the meantime before Purple Parry actually decides to answer the call to action? What are we doing in the meantime? I guess we can talk about Purple... Oh, wait, he did add me. Okay, I was going to talk about my thoughts, my spoiler thoughts on Brand New Day, and then I was going to talk about, like, my disagreements with Parry in general and Inqueeman. Because I saw Queeman and Purple Parry got into an argument about this movie. And I think there was hold on, I'm just messaging him. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, okay. He just called. All right. Hold on. Let me set up the look here. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm alright. How's it going, Emery? Smile.
It's pretty good. Pretty good. All things considered.
All things considered, what happened, man? What's there to consider?
Life's like Spider-Man, man. It's like dark and depressing, all that good stuff. Yeah. All right.
You said this movie's a 9 out of 10?
Okay, yeah, so I have a different way of reviewing things. I suppose, technically everyone kind of reviews movies this way, but I kind of like split it up a little bit when I try to jot down my thoughts and go over things. So I have kind of like an objective rating in terms of the technical aspects of making the film. Like, say, for example, the Odyssey. Like, I think the Odyssey is a better put together film. It's like a technical masterpiece in a lot of ways by comparison to something like Brand New Day. But if I were to say like, well, I enjoyed the experience of watching Brand New Day more, like that doesn't mean I think it's like a technical, like it's like a technical, like on the same level. Like if I were to say like I enjoyed Brand New Day, it doesn't mean it's like better,
So what's the 9 represent? The quality of the film or how much you enjoyed it?
My enjoyment. Like, I had, like, 2... I don't know if you read the entire chat that I put down, but I said, on an objective level of the filmmaking, I think it was about at an 8 out of 10. I'd have to think about it more. This is based off a first watch. And then, like, my enjoyment was about a 9 out of 10, I'd suppose.
Hmm.
We can go into the, like, disagreements and agreements about the movie in general. One by one, I guess.
Did the movie speak to you?
I think it really nails this idea of like there's a couple different themes, but like I think it nails the aspect of social isolation, how trauma affects you in terms of like why you would socially isolate yourself, why you would make the decisions you make to distance yourself for others, choices you make even without their consent necessarily. I think it nails that. I think it nails down trust issues. And I think it nails down with even the MCU characters that they pick with some of the themes of like Punisher being an example of what you don't want to be, like secluding yourself to such an extent where you become like almost like not a person in a way, just like a kind of like a reclusive psychopath in a way, like one core mission. I think Hulk is like an example of like fighting your inner demons, like they relate on science, stuff like that. There's a lot of different aspects to every character I think they like put down in this film that reflects back at like Peter as a character, I think.
Yeah, that Peter's going through.
Yeah. Like it's not a perfect film, obviously, but like, yeah. I think it does that pretty well for the most part.
It just feels like, I mean, there was, the initial scene of Spider-Man, wanting to give the letter and the whole montage and whatever, but he doesn't bring himself to do it. But it didn't feel like... I mean, we see that he has, like, headaches.
Yeah.
And there's the whole man-spider thing that they don't really do. But it never feels like he's truly agonized by the isolation. And I get that a lot of it is he's, like, distracting himself with his job.
Sure.
But it's... I don't know, it didn't come off like...
What do you think the approach could have been to convey that better?
I mean, it depends how much of a focus you want the film to put on it.
Yeah.
To give an example of like, on Gezellig?
I don't think I do actually. Could you?
It's like this Dutch cartoon about depressed girl, and they like it on Soy Jack Party.
Okay.
That's something about where the boy is, she's like depressed and isolated or whatever, and it's like meant to be a car, it's meant to be kid-like, but it never feels like... I understand that Peter is depressed in the movie.
Yeah.
But it never feels like... It never feels like he is. He is, but it never feels like he is. Or even if you've seen Obsession, that does a decent job of showing us the way a character sort of like isolates himself actively, compared to this where it almost comes off like, I don't know. Like, I understand that
I think
Peter's behavior, that's isolated.
I think one of the examples, it's kind of a comedic, not even a, wait, no, because I'm thinking of another one. One of the examples that he does, I think that conveys like a little bit more of an intentional choice of socially isolating himself because he's like so warped in. There's like an on the nose approach, but then there's like, it's still a little on the nose, but it's still like subtle enough to where it's like, you remember that moment where he's like in the elevator and it opens up the door and there's clearly this girl who's
the woman asks,
Yeah,
And he was all, yeah, I liked
yeah.
that. I did like
it's
that.
like subtler.
But it feels like they never.
Yeah.
It feels like that was like part of the initial montage, for example. I thought that
Yeah,
went
yeah.
quite well.
I
But
think,
it's like,
like,
we never really sit with Peter in this mental state. I understand it's like a action film. I don't expect it to have like a 20-minute cry session or whatever. But you know what I mean by like sitting with it? It's like it never feels, because Peter is going through the motions, it never feels like he's isolated. So it's hard to really look at the contrast of when he goes back to MJ and Ned is able to be friends with them and feel like the satisfaction, because they never really, you know, caused that much pain. Even if they wanted to do pain through the man-spider metaphor, they don't really go that far with that.
I think they actually convey the evolution thing. It's a little bit on the nose with the AI stuff. I do agree with your critique that the AI does like convey things a little bit too on the nose with like
pissed me off. It fucking annoyed me. I got angry in the cinema.
It was like here's your arachnoid DNA, like your hormone levels and shit like that. But I do think, like, for the most part, I think they convey this like subtle at first, and then a bit more like overt evolution of like, well, because you're socially isolating, because you're making all these choices, because you're putting yourself into being Spider-Man and not into being like a Peter Parker who's like an actual person, and actually developing socially healthy like relationships. Like you're becoming a little bit more. It reminded me sort of like the symbiote story, but done in a little bit more of a like less on the nose way of like, this will like degrade your humanity. Like I think that scene where he's like he goes black eyes and he like just absolutely destroys Scorpion to the level where I was thinking to myself, like, that guy doesn't have like a helmet on or some shit like that. Like he could have easily died. Probably should have.
Yeah, no, I like,
you know, like,
I like that scene.
Like he almost killed a cop too, where I was like, okay, like this is like some real potential consequences. They don't just ignore that either, I think. I thought that was conveyed pretty well.
It's sort of like, you know, show don't tell.
Yeah, I agree.
Like the opposite. It's like tell don't show. It's like it tells you, Peter, you're becoming more spider than person.
It does that. It does tell a lot, but I do think it shows a lot as well. Yeah. Where like it doesn't tell enough to where like I don't
him
feel
becoming
like I'm...
the arachnid and the webs. But I feel like so much more could have been given through that. And it is the case that the more the movie like repeats it, the more it feels like hackneyed, and you know, it takes away from the metaphor, it just makes it text.
You would like more subtext and subtlety to the examples.
Yeah, or just showing it through the visual language, like maybe Peter's room becomes almost like a fucking spiderweb nest, and he's just like sitting in web cocoon thinking or whatever. But instead it's just the bar, the arachnid bar goes up, you know?
I think that's a little on the nose. That's a little on the nose, just like some of the other examples that you listed, though. Like, if we were to do like that, it would be like, okay, this guy has reverted to like animalistic kind of
I'm giving
arachnoid instincts.
I'm just saying that they could have, if they wanted to have the parallel between isolation and the man-spider stuff, they could have shown that they didn't need to. I mean, I'm sure. I mean, you agree with the AI thing, just having the fucking robot say it, and even when like he's overwhelmed with the spider sense. It's like, immediately the AI is like, oh, Peter, your senses are overwhelming you. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, I do agree with the AI aspect of, like, telling the audience how they should feel in moments. I think they show it enough to where it doesn't really perturb me too much, and it's kind of like one of those things you kind of, like, ignore, where you're like, I don't need this, but it's like, I don't know. It doesn't feel like as overt and in your face to the point of like obnoxious level. I feel like Homecoming does this a lot more, where they kind of convey a back and forth with the AI and Spider-Man and his feelings, right? Where it's like they try to do natural dialogue, but they do it through the effort of like AI. But this is just like, I think the AI is just like, it's like the assistant, and it's just like, here's your updates or whatever. It's not as like we're doing a back and forth dialogue about how depressed I am or anything like that, you know?
Yeah, no, the AI is more of a character in Homecoming, and this one's just really annoying the way they use it, even if it's technically not as relevant to the plot or situation. It's just like,
I mean, if I were to be honest, like a better critique in my head, at least, like for me personally, is like not to have the AI at all.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They don't need the AI at all. Exactly.
Yeah, like I think that's like something I can
Conciliatory.
definitely agree on. But like as far as like general like ways of conveying his emotional arc, his emotional distancing, his choices or whatever to kind of do this because he's afraid he's going to lose like someone like Aunt May again, which is like a very valid concern. I think it's communicated well enough, and it doesn't feel like whenever it is told to me, it doesn't feel like as like I think there's other scenes where like he's talking to the what's her name, the police officer, the chief or whatever.
Yeah.
Those are a little bit more like tell, but it's like tell in a way of like, it's like, well, like Peter, like it does seem like unhealthy what you're doing, and I think this like feels like a natural dialogue. It's like there's like examples like that where it's like maybe you should get like some, you know, some healthy social, you know, growth or whatever, and it's like I think that's the story being conveyed where it's like he doesn't want to divulge, he wants to, but he's afraid to like actually confront that, and that's part of the journey, I think. So like there are scenes that are gonna have to feel a little bit like on the nose of like, let me tell you this is what you're supposed to do. But like I think in scenes it's approached better when they tell you in those moments than it is with like the AI moments, for example. Yeah.
All right. And what do you think about? Okay, because there's just like parts that annoyed me. What do you think about the damage control stuff? Surely you agree that stuff is like so fucking cliche, right?
Well, I think the natural evolution of where they're going with the story is like, you have, well, they were doing this with Civil War too, where it was like, we're going down the path of like, we need like management control of like, superhuman beings or whatever. I think this deals with like the trust theme, where damage control in any governmental structure is not naturally going to trust superhumans, vigilantes.
Yeah, I get that
especially.
that's the team, but just the way it's executed, it's so like cliche. It feels like the damage control doesn't have any personality. Like compare this to the Winter Soldier, if you saw that, the Captain America Winter Soldier, where it's like more or less a similar narrative, right? Like Shield's trying to get a hold on the fucking, get like a nuke button for all superheroes.
I kind of disagree with this, and I'll tell you why. Like, I kind of see where you're going with this, but the reason I think I disagree is like, because I think like the approach that they're going with, where they're willing to collaborate with like, say, like the Hand, or work with like Villain Tech or whatever to like approach ideas of like how to, you know, in the very least, control like other superhuman vigilantes or threats potentially. Like, I think it's like a legitimate operation or whatever, and they try to do it in a unique way of approaching where it's like, okay, we need to like kind of work within the system, work with vigilantes like Spider-Man, but like it's kind of like S.H.I.E.L.D. where it's like, well, let's make up backup plans. I think it's a little dry, like some of the characters are a little dry from damage control.
Hold on a second.
Go ahead, sorry.
Just hold on a second.
Yeah, go.
Hick Fury saying, well, Civil War, not Winter Soldier. No, you fucking retarded troglodytic, mental defective, brain dead imp. Hick, in Winter Soldier, the plot is that S.H.I.E.L.D. is compromised by Hydra, who want to use helicarriers to be able to kill super characters from orbit. You, brain dead. I'm not even going to call you an imp, because at least imps are useful.
They're more of a threat in Winter Soldier, I will say. But like,
it's not about them. Yeah, but
at least in the movie, in the exact movie, they're more of a threat. But like the long run ramifications of what damage control was trying to do, especially in this one, is if you're like trying to experiment on Jean Grey, for example, and her sister, and you're trying to develop telekinesis.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. They like are doing a different. They have a different goal.
They're just not as compelling as I agree. Like they're not as compelling.
Yeah, they're not compelling.
Characters.
The way they're characterized, right? Like Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D. or whatever, you felt like a presence, even when it was just a boardroom. I don't know.
I do agree with that. You felt a presence. Yeah.
In this one, they're very bland, and I understand that. I feel like we've seen the point of Spider-Man trusts like an authority figure, like when he trusted Mysterio. Or kind of just a Green Goblin.
That's another valid critique. I think that's a valid critique where you would think like Spider-Man would be more willing to not cooperate with governmental structures as much. It's a little bit naive still to this day. I think it's more transparently like clear how like stupid he is when in Far From Home when he falls for Mysterio.
Yeah, I mean this is happening after. And I get it's like
Yeah.
a soft reboot or whatever, but I don't want, you can have characters do a soft reboot, but have learned lessons.
I guess
But
the
it
only
feels like
thing
it
I would
hasn't.
say to that, though, is like it's kind of hard to work within that world, especially as a vigilante, be accepted, and then like if your like whole idea is to keep like a secret identity, and you don't ever want that revealed. Like I was saying this when I was reviewing it, like my last stream yesterday after I just watched it. I was like one of the big hangups I have is with No Way Home, it doesn't, like, it's 5 years later, but it does feel like it's like, okay, does he have, like, he must have a, like, ID. What's his job? What does he do? Like, how does he gain money?
Yeah, the money thing, they never really...
They never
I assume
expand on
the police
that,
pay
yeah.
him, but they don't say it. I mean, even if the cop just said, the cash is in your P.O. box, Spidey, or some bullshit, and that would have taken
Yeah.
care of it, yeah.
Like, I guess what I'm saying is, like, his volunteer work, his, like, clear dedication, like, there's, like, a trust, for both parties, where Damage Control operates in such a way where it's, like, clearly we don't fully trust Spider-Man, but, like, in terms of pragmatics, we're willing to work with this person as long as it serves our interests, and I think they do a good job of showing that in this film.
Yeah, in this movie, that seems to be where they're going. I don't know if you saw the Miss Marvel show, or... What was the other one they were in?
I think I've seen everything
fuck?
except for half of Agatha, because I just got bored of Agatha, and then I never watched Ironheart. I, like, told myself, I was like, okay, if you're not actually invested in any of this, like, any of the show or movie that you're watching of the Marvel
Okay,
stuff,
hold
like,
on.
I
Hold
just
on. This
stopped
fucking
dropping
retard
them.
DK. No, they wanted to mass kill anyone who would decide against Hydra. Yeah, that includes the superheroes. You fucking stupid piece of shit, Nick Fury. Millions of... Yeah, what about when the bald guy with glasses says, Stephen Strange, right? He mentions, like...
Yeah.
Dogs, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Anyway, where was I? Oh...
Yeah, I saw Miss
Oh, yeah,
Marvel.
so
though. I
in
know what you're
Miss
talking about
Marvel,
with Miss Marvel and the damage
they're
control.
like-
Yeah.
There were the scene where they're like, oh, what pronouns are you going by? And then in Wonder Man, they come off as like, more of like a company that has like quotas or whatever, but similar to this. They just feel so boring in when they're used in the MCU. I don't know if you agree. I feel this way in this one and all of them, really.
I think
Except
in Wonder
Homecoming,
Man,
I guess.
in Wonder Man, they serve like the function of like giving like I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but the guy who
Yeah,
played,
Trevor Slattery
like
character.
they give him like stakes of like, okay, here's a real consequence if you, and then like the bonding friendship or whatever. It gives some stakes, but like as they're not like, it's like a government entity threat. It's like, I think it's hard to like really convey. I think there's very few stories where they convey government entity threats like villains as like interesting in and of itself. Like I think Winter Soldier does that okay, but even that, it's like I'm more invested in like the actual character developments, like the back and forth between Bucky and like Steve Rogers, for example. Like I'm not as invested. Like there's a threat, but it's like it's pretty typical.
Yeah, I think was season 3 of Netflix Daredevil, when Fisk is in charge, kind of does that, where Daredevil has to freaking, or just all of Daredevil when they have to put up with all the corrupt characters. I feel like that does a good job, and they could do something. So obviously, it's not a 1-to-1, but you could have a similar kind of dynamic of character. But I guess you agree that Damage Control could be characterized
I think
more.
they do it okay in Born Again. I think like Kingpin was at his most threatening though, personally, like or most interesting at least in the actual like seasons before Born Again, where like it's like it's not the same as a government structure necessarily, but it operates like a criminal organization. I think stuff like that was more interesting by comparison, or he felt like more of a larger threat, or like by comparison. It feels a little on the nose at times. I don't know really how you convey this without it feeling too on the nose, but like it was like the task force developments. It's like the actual people on the task force are like kind of bitched out by Daredevil. You know what I mean? Like when they actually get into fights. I don't know. Yeah, like I felt like maybe I needed more from them to feel like, wow, they're like threatening.
Let's see. What about this fucking dumb Black Widow lady? It felt like she was just there as a fucking forced cameo. Thoughts on this?
As far as cameos go, it's like, I think it's like, okay, how does like Spider-Man answer this question? And then if you're trying to do MCU tie-ins with any characters and you want to naturally answer the question, if like you can think of a character that serves the function to actually answer this question, All things considered, like, I think the more goofier elements is like, okay, we're like not taking the character really seriously. It's like that MCU ham-fisty of like we have to set this in like a bath like bathroom, like the little bathhouse thing, you know, and that's like goofy in of itself. And I think that's a little too forced. It's like too MCU schlock for me personally.
I thought it was like very lazy, the shot composition here. It's just like shot reversal. Like even look at the way her, like it felt like clunky the way that she has to sit so that you can't see her. But it's like, you know, in Sherlock when there's the Iron Adler lady and like her nudity is being weaponized, or that's like felt like what the idea they had, but it's like so, I don't know, poorly executed. Also,
I like Yelena more as a character than like Natasha or anything like that. But like,
yeah, I do like her character.
There are moments that they
Hawkeye.
serve the character. Like even in the Hawkeye show, I kind of like Hawkeye overall, but they do some moments where it feels like like they're really trying to aim for the like this person has like a charming personality when some of it could be more natural. I think Thunderbolts does a good job of like nailing her character in a natural way.
Yeah, no, I'd say so. This scene sucked? Surely you agree that the scene where the lady goes, why doesn't Latanos simply? Surely you agree this is gay and retarded, right?
Yeah, I agree. I agree. You know what could have been good is if he unironically answered that seriously and he was just like, well, because he's a fucking psychopath. They could have like made the actual joke land, like the corny joke, like the setup land if he answered it with an unironic, like serious answer. Yeah. Yeah,
like but instead they get this guy.
It's like
and then the theater soy claps.
Hulk smash, and it's like, okay, all right, bud.
My honest reaction to this information.
Yeah, not a good joke.
What do you think about the Jean Grey parts of the film?
I think she's a very sympathetic villain. I have to stew on it a little bit more. I think my biggest critiques is probably when they do like the flashback of like her and her sister. I'm not sure I really bought the sister as the role.
You mean as an actress? Like she didn't
as an
seem
actress,
convincing?
yeah. Like I don't think she was like the. I don't think it was like the most atrocious acting, but it was kind of like unnatural a little bit, and it just felt a little bit like here's why like I care about this person, but I don't even know if you needed that scene at all to like really get you like it's her sister. Like all I need to know is like I think it would have been better if like you cut that out, you trim that out, and it's basically just like I'm just searching for my sister, and then like allude to the fact that she was just she had more powerful abilities than her, like the same abilities but more powerful, and like that's fine as it is. Like I don't think I need, because like she's dead now. It's like I don't need to ever see this person on the screen. I don't need that attachment necessarily to sell the story, you know.
What about her acting as a person, Sadie Sink? You think she sold it though?
I think she did. I think she did a good job actually. Did you not feel that she did a good job?
I felt like for example here, I don't know if it's her, I think it might be the directing of this scene here where they're in the, I liked the reveal of VMAX. I thought that was.
Can you share your screen so I can actually look at this?
Aren't I sharing my screen?
I don't think you are. Let me see. Oh, I'm so sorry. You are. I wasn't looking at it. My apologies.
Yeah, asshole. Yeah, I'll teach you. So there's this part here. So like when they're in this, I liked the VMAX thing, but I felt like the back and forth here was a bit like, oh, your sister sacrificed herself, you know?
Yeah.
And then she's like, what? And then she looks up and is like, oh, you mean sacrifice like she's dead?
I need you to breathe. I need you to look at me.
It also just felt like she isn't crashing out as much as she should be. So again, I don't know, that's more of a directorial decision than her acting per se, to be fair.
Okay, you're safe.
So in this moment, you're saying she doesn't crash out enough? In this exact moment? Because she crashes out, like, where she holds a whole city hostage, I would say, but...
Yeah, but like at the start here, it comes off like, it's like she's like... It's like, especially when she's saying, especially at the parts where she realizes the death.
Tell me what VMAX is.
Like, these lines... when
Wait,
they
wait,
have before
you-
she ultimately.
Can
She communicated with
can
you
I get your
somehow.
opinion on the
Across-
VMAX thing, the VMAX setup?
Oh, I thought it was really I thought it was really clever.
Yes,
Um,
thank you. Okay, I thought that
but
was.
I
I was like,
didn't-
oh wait, like that's actually all right. Like
The
you
only
threw me
part
for
I
a loop
didn't
here.
like is that then she says, "Oh, VMAX isn't a prison. She's dead." I got that. I got that from the texts.
Trigger the first jump.
I got it from the text where she's looking up.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. You see the text and you're like, oh shit. Okay.
And she looks up here, and then, oh, I get it. Ventmax.
Yeah, yeah.
Is it ever explained why she can't just process Spider-Man? Because Spider-Man, very strong mind. Superman, superpower minds.
Don't think about it, guys. Don't think about it. Like,
Well, it's arbitrary, but it could just be, super
well, okay.
humans.
I
have a
think the
better time.
explanation could be as simple. Like, I do think they describe it pretty well in the story, where it's like, she's not that powerful. She's powerful, but she's not that powerful up until the point of like the third act, basically.
Yeah, because she can't break into it at the end when
Yeah,
she gets the
yeah.
power up. So it's just the idea. Oh, he's a stronger mind because he's been through a lot.
And
right?
I think when she actually does when she's able to go into his mind, that like I think that serves as like a very, like I think that's very
Yeah.
emotionally resonant, satisfying for me for like both of their characters, like that moment, like the with Aunt May. I think personally.
Jane,
You see this part here, right? This part here, it felt like
You're a murderer.
I think she's like
I don't know. I
realizing
didn't like
here.
this delivery.
Yeah.
I just, but it doesn't sound like she. I don't know.
her frequencies are evolving. This doesn't make sense.
The last thing my sister saw was this room.
Because like, I know that she saw the vent. That was the big reveal, and now it's like I don't know. And if it's meant to be like,
Is it more the
she's struggling to
dialogue than the
maintain composure,
performance?
it's the dialogue. It's
like
the dialogue
it's
and,
like
I
it's
think,
like telling
direction.
you exactly what she just realized.
Yeah. Like, if it felt
Sure.
more like she was holding back tears or whatever, like almost like when you're having an argument with your parents and you're trying to stay calm, if it
Yeah.
felt like that, then I think it would be a lot better. But it just comes off too, to like sort of hackneyed, wooden.
Waves are somehow affecting the objects around her. Shut it down. I'm trying, sir. What do you mean you're trying?
The last thing my sister saw.
Like, I get that she's like meant to be, oh, I'm freaky crashing out, but I don't know, it didn't come off as very emotively powerful.
Was this goddamn room?
I think that moment's pretty good. I think if you like cut out one of the like it comes off a little redundant maybe initially,
Mhm.
but I think if you strip it to like 2 lines and that line right there, the last thing she saw was this goddamn room. I think that would work better personally. This is like a
as far
nitpick
as,
for
like-
me personally.
Well, don't be so hard on yourself. I liked, obviously, it's not Sadie's things active, but I like the way Zendaya acted, being mind-controlled by Jean Grey. That was really good.
Okay, that's
as
a
far
great
as
scene. I was about to say, I was like, we might fight on this. We might unironically fight if you disagree on that one.
That was really awesome. I mean, I freaking saw it coming because I'm like really smart, but I thought it was really good. I thought it was really good. I also really like the framing here. I don't know if this camera really shows it, but the lighting in the background with the city lights.
I was
Like,
thinking, I think it caught me off guard
is?
because I was thinking that unironically, because I am a bit of a home apologist, a home trilogy apologist. It's very flawed, but like there are like reasons I like those movies. But I was thinking unironically that they might fuck up again and do something where it's like as corny as that. That's why it caught me off guard a little bit because I was like, okay, how does Jean Grey, like, because they left Jean Grey at a very specific point where he like outsmarted her. And I was like, okay.
Well, see, because I figured it out
Yeah.
because I realized we're 55 minutes in the movie.
Yeah.
They wouldn't do a reveal like that now.
Well, no, I thought they would because I thought it would be like dog shit writing. I was like, they might actually make a moment of like, let's just reverse this, and somehow she just realizes it because like, I guess I think low of like some of the writers that they hire, where I was like, oh, they might actually unironically do this, and I was like, I hope they don't, but like, I hope this is a fake out, but like I was thinking to myself,
And
I was like 50-50. I was like, are they actually gonna make this decision here?
Also, I don't know. It's just in general.
Yeah.
Also, he should have been ass naked. Spider-Man should have been ass naked here, but you can see his underwear. It's fucking bullshit. He should have his fucking
Remember, it's a kids movie. Remember, it's a kids movie. Punisher can't kill people. It's a kids movie.
But that's retarded because look, like here in the hand fight scene, this character.
No, I agree. How with this?
Like they seppuku themselves. Fucking bullshit.
Wait, did he? Hold on. Let me see.
Yeah, I think like when. Let me see.
Because
yeah,
I
like,
remember you saying somebody like got killed by Jean Grey, and I was like, I believe that, but I just don't remember the exact.
It's one of these. Yeah, it's before he locks in. Oh, and I hate it. Why are they showing the other movie in this movie?
Yeah, the flashbacks. I think that's a legitimate like one time, I could forgive one time.
They did it fucking twice.
I can forgive one time. The second time, it's like, okay, what are we doing here? Can we not?
Fucking retard is sitting here like, oh, it's not that much. It's one time too many. But yeah, like in this fight scene. I think it's the start of this bit. Let's see. Also, I didn't think they needed to have Ned and MJ be the ones, like, who are being held up. Like, what if they made it, for example, the cop lady? I don't know.
Let's just go with the idea, like, let's just say, for argument's sake, that, no one does actually die in this film, or Jean Grey doesn't kill anyone.
Yeah, see, look here. Look, he freaking stabs himself through his freaking tummy. Just a flesh wound, I'm sure.
Does he actually die there, though? I think he might.
Well, I mean, it's not directly clear, but I mean, come on. It's a fucking seppuku position.
Yeah,
like,
Jean Grey kills him.
It's a PG-13 movie. They can die. They can die, is the point.
Yeah. I was going to say, but, like, even if you wanted to go with the idea that no one dies in this film, or, and say, like, well, Punisher's not going to kill people because it's, like, a Spider-Man film or whatever. Like plenty of other Spider-Man films, even in the first one, Willem Dafoe's Green Goblin dies, you know? Yeah, like, plenty of characters actually do die in the Spider-Man films. I guess you could make the argument that Spider-Man directly doesn't kill Green Goblin or something like that, but I think there's plenty of instances of other characters.
That's more to do with the morals of the character,
yeah, ending up dead or dying from
death. Yeah, wait, yeah, Green Goblin turns those guys to skeletons and shit, you know? Okay,
like, I think my argument for the Punisher thing, though, on the killing thing, is I don't think that it was an intentional decision to be like, it's a Spider-Man film, so we're not going to have Punisher kill anyone. I think that's just a byproduct of the writing of the story and of itself. Is like, it just so happens he never kills anyone because it's like, it's not necessary for the story. You know what I mean? Like, there's not like really...
No, yeah, he doesn't have to kill. I just, it comes off like, because his arc is, at the end here, he's like, oh, Peter, you're right, kid. And at the start here, he's like, oh, I don't know about this Peter guy. But the fact that he's already kind of banterous as soon as we... Obviously, they're fighting, but they're already on banter terms.
Yeah, sure.
And now they're on banter terms by respect. It makes it feel like less of a evolution, even if, literally speaking, there is obviously an arc there.
I think it's they annoy the shit out of each other, but they respect each other. It's like a little brother, big brother kind of dynamic almost.
Yeah.
And, like, I think for this film, I think it shows a little bit more of a, somewhat of a softer side to, like, the Punisher in certain ways, which I really liked, which is actually refreshing, too, because once you see him in, like, the show, his own show, or, like, his One Last Kill, which was dog shit, personally, or even in the Daredevil, it's like, you can only get that so much where it's like, I kind of need something more from this character. So I think, like, that was a little bit of a refreshing pace for me. I disagree with the take where you think he's, like, trying to suggest I'm going to give up killing. I don't get that read at all. The read I got is
it's implicit.
The read I got is that it's just like Daredevil, where he personally does not agree at all with Daredevil or Spider-Man going with the no-kill rule, but, like, he respects the dedication of them following through on that. And he especially respects Spider-Man on following through on that to such a degree where he'd be willing to die to follow that. That's the read I got.
I mean, you know, it's a valid read.
Like, I think, yeah. Like, in a way, I think it brings him, like, some sort of, like, heart of gold. He, like, some little bit of faith, if not fully restoring him to, like, sanity, which he shouldn't be. He's the Punisher. It wouldn't be in character. It would be character. To me, it would be character in assassination if it was more transparent that he decided, oh, I'm not going to kill anyone because of this moment.
Yeah.
It just wouldn't make sense.
He was softening up overall. Now, is he going to kill again? Yeah. Who's to say?
Yeah, I personally... Can we go to the dialogue of what he says? Because I just didn't get that read, but I can maybe understand how people got that read. If, like, we were paying.
You're good.
Where's Jean? Is she okay?
Yeah, she's okay. She's okay.
Where is she?
I think maybe she just left. She was using her magic voodoo shit to keep you alive.
Okay.
And he goes,
I'm sorry.
Like, I'm sorry as in, I'm sorry I tried to kill her. Because I should have trusted you more.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
All right, for what I did. No, Frank. I know it's a lot of things, but it sure shit ain't okay, all right? I seen real bravery.
I see real bravery.
My day. But that was something else. You crying?
So,
That's
like,
basically the part.
yeah, like that, what I got from that is basically, I seen real bravery, but that was something else. That was like oh, you're standing firm on this, and like, you mean this shit. And like, to a degree, I think he values the no-kill rule from like Spider-Man and Daredevil's perspective even more after that. Where he's like, okay, maybe sometimes like, I am in the wrong. And maybe I should think this through a little bit before actually doing it. But I don't think it's like a commitment necessarily of like, I'm not going to kill
The best thing they could do is call the sequel Punisher. Will he kill again? Will he kill again? That's the sequel.
It's more of a like, should I rush to this exactly? Should this be the immediate rush of like, I'm going to definitely kill this person? It's definitely not like a commitment of like, I'm never going to kill this person.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I think it's also fair to like on the technical read of like Punisher's motivations for like why he gets to that position of like being able, he's like, I'm willing to kill Jean here. It's like, well, she's holding like the entire system. Unironically, some people, like, what was it on Twitter? Somebody fucking tried to argue.
Well, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, people, realistically, yes, you should probably kill a low superior, should kill more,
Somebody tried to argue that they're like, Jean Grey isn't the villain of this film. And it's like, she's a sympathetic villain, but she absolutely is the villain where we talk
she's
about.
one of two. She's not the ultimate baddie, but she's clearly playing a villainous role.
Yeah, somebody said, she was taking out damage control who are against different people. How does that make her bad? And it's like, well, probably through the methods, like she could have killed like tons of innocents in numerous different ways. Like just the
like when she threw Mary Jane off the roof. Oh, but
yes.
But obviously a reckless disregard for life when she made that poor homeless man jump into the fucking car.
Oh yes! Wait, I think wait.
Yeah,
that's an actual critique. I actually thought this when I saw this scene. I was like, why didn't Spider-Man help him? I actually thought that. I was like, what the fuck, man? Dude.
That was awesome.
I do actually think that's a valid critique where I was like, wait, why is he not helping him? Like, I feel like Spider-Man would help him after that. Like, he'd be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, because he has to race, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, dude.
We never see him again.
I feel so bad for that dude.
He fucking turned to fucking red mist. It's over.
Imagine that guy. He just...
No. He just run after her, I guess. Look.
I'll race you there. If you touch her,
look at Spider-Man in the right, right?
Yeah.
Look at Spider-Man's body.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, dude, where are you going? Oh, let me go.
I feel like that guy should have probably... that guy's kind of old, too. So... For all you know, he could have fucking died there, like right then and there.
Oh, he's dead. They need to, he's dead.
Dude.
Died in real life too. They did their own stunts. Fucked up.
That is fucked up. I'm not gonna lie. So it's like stuff like that where you're like, I think you could do this with like, this is why sometimes I hate channels like SK. Like I kind of like them, but I also, it's like it's a little over nitpicky because I think you could do this with almost any movie. Where it's like, this
is... like, it is nitpicky, but it's funny.
Yeah,
but overall.
Funny, But like some people are unironically be like, oh, this makes the movie like shit or some shit,
This makes Jean Grey into a sociopath. And, well, yeah, I mean, you could say there's a trend, right? It's happened with WandaVision before Multiverse of Madness, where woman does crazy mind control-ish. And then, but she's sad at the end, so, it's okay. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, Jean Grey and Wanda are like in the comics written as villains too. They're like sympathetic villains, but they are,
Yeah.
and in moments at least, in storylines, it's like they're absolutely like, for whatever reason, like absolutely psychotic at times, and it's like they're like when they get to that level, it's like they can do real damage. So in terms of like her serving this role, I think it was like perfect for like if they want to do introduction to X-Men or whatever and serve like this story for both her and Peter. I think like as it could have been delivered so much worse. I was actually a lot more satisfied than I thought I would be, to be fair. I think I prefer Mysterio and Vulture as like antagonists. Like I like the more villainous approach, like of just like they're just bad, like or especially with Mysterio. That's like one of the redeemable factors of Far From Home. But I do like Jean Grey as a villain for this story.
But do you think that she is redeemable, or obviously the movie wants her redeemed? But do you think her behavior in the film is too far? Because that's what people say about WandaVision. She's
honestly,
mind-controlled whole town, and then it's all. But she was sad about her kids. What do you think about it in this case?
Well, I think you would have to do like a. It's like how many people did Iron Man hurt, like through his actions, even as a warmonger.
Yeah.
Black Widow. I don't know. I just have to do like an examination of like all these other characters. Like they become Avengers. Like Nebula was probably
let's
like a
not look
genocidal
at it.
maniac
Let's look
before
at it
going to
like
the Avengers. You know,
emotionally. Did you feel like she
yeah,
went
I
too
feel
far?
like emotionally, yeah, I feel like it earned like it earned like this moment of like, oh, I feel like she could change, like meaningfully change, like she actually learned something from this. It didn't feel like half baked.
I will say, because I did think that this it worked like as a resolution of Jean Grey's character when Aunt May is talking to her in Spider-Man's mind. But do you think it was worth bringing Aunt May in for these two moments where she's talking to Peter?
Yeah.
You think that was like, I feel like because
I'll tell you why
it does work.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah.
I
just wish it wasn't in this like mind room. I wish it was like shot somewhere because it feels like so. I don't know. Like it feels.
I think it's more intimate and personal.
I don't know.
Like there's two reasons I think this works. I mean, the dialogue obviously, but like two other reasons where it feels more intimate and personal of a moment. And then the second reason is I think like remember in Homecoming, or was it Homecoming or Far From? No, it was Homecoming. It had to be Homecoming. Remember when like she learns that like Peter Parker's Spider-Man?
Yeah.
Like she opens up the door and it's like, what the fuck? It's like played for comedic, but it's like you want more out of that revelation. Like that's one of the flaws of that movie.
I guess if this is meant to be like a directly after thing.
I think it's direct. It's like very close. Like they never specify this, but like I think it's directly after. Like not directly, but like very close to after. Like they might have a conversation before this moment, but like I think once she like has that first conversation, she has another conversation, and I think this is like that more resonant conversation for the theme of the film.
Do you think that Aunt May should have been in both times? Because we see her at the beginning. Do you think it would have been better if we only see her at the end?
And I think that it only should have been in this. Well, no. God, I'm conflicted on this actually. It is a little like, oh, right. I see it's a little like repetitive. But like it would feel wrong. I'll specify it this way. It'll feel wrong if like if you added in her as like the third act part and like Jean Grey being a part of that. That feels wrong in of itself without seeing like them just have the personal conversation first, you know?
Yeah, maybe.
I think that's why I'm a little conflicted because I see where it's like a little bit repetitive, but I think if you're gonna like be repetitive, if you're gonna go back to those words, go back to that moment, this is the perfect timing to do that. Yeah,
because it's like, you know, you're reframing it into being Jean Grey finally going, you know, it's like going back into Spider-Man's world, and now we're seeing it have a positive effect on Jean as it did Peter. So it does work, it's just... just something about the fucking room, I guess. I don't know, I'm being very nitpicky of the room. But I thought it was like, the room was like a mind palace, because of how plain it was. It's like, obviously, it's on the... I don't think it's the same room as the original, and that kept distracting me. That's the only thing that annoyed me. Overall, it was pretty good, yeah.
It's just... I think it works fine, because it's basically... It just goes back to, like, the very beginning or whatever, when he's, like, just in his homecoming apartment room or whatever, and I think it just works for me in that way. I do agree with the criticism you said where it's like going back to her grave felt a little like redundant.
Yeah, I've seen it like 100 times.
Yeah, well, yeah. It's obviously we're exaggerating a bit, but like it felt like we saw this in No Way Home. I didn't feel like that was necessary to add on. There's like bits and pieces of like unnecessary scenes where you're like, when I'm watching it, I'm like, well, this is not the worst scene, but like, do we need this? Especially the flashback stuff where it's like, you should not show. This is a show. This is like a tell moment
show.
where like they're even going back to flashbacks where they're showing those flashbacks and it's like, stop, like we don't need this. We actually don't need this. Like, respect your audience.
As far as the opening of the movie, it feels like a lot of Peter's like depression arc is quite generic. Like the flower thing, they keep doing the flower thing. Oh, they keep doing the looking at the photo. I wish they fleshed Peter out a bit more because I feel like if they fleshed out his loneliness here, or then seeing him watch Peter and MJ, if they let us sit with him alone. Or they show that he's trying to distract himself. I feel like that would have helped sell the loneliness arc later on a lot more. You know?
I kind of agree with this. I'm not mad at the direction they went, but I kind of agree with the approach of let us marinate in the loneliness and depression a little bit more before going back to being friends with MJ and Ned.
Yeah, like even... It's like a silly example, but even like, for example, he's on the freaking treadmill. And we don't even see how Peter feels about being on the treadmill. Why does Peter need to be... why is Peter on the treadmill? He doesn't really need to train. But like, we see him... Like, what if it like zoomed in on his face and we saw him like stone-faced? I'm trying to find, the bit I mean at the very start.
I guess the treadmill thing
right?
is like yeah, he's getting his exercise, but he's not doing it in a social environment or something like that, I guess.
Yeah, that could have done it like if we like focused more on his face in that scene. Just minor stuff like that puts the emphasis on Peter's isolation and his grief, as opposed to the way they did. Also, I don't know what you think, but I liked obviously all the references to Spider-Man comics, like when he does the poses.
Yeah, I like. Oh man, I just feel so bad because it's like I don't know why they can't fix this, and it's with all MCU movies, not just this, to be fair. But like there's a lot of practicality in this film, but like even this shot that we're on right now, it's like I can see the green screen even more clear in the background. Like it doesn't feel real at times, like the city.
Yeah,
and it's like that annoys me.
Well, there's two things about doing that.
Yeah.
For one, I feel like I like the idea of playing the homage. The issue I have is it's sort of like we're sticking. It's like it's like the frame it's a freeze frame where there's like slow mo. But isn't the whole point that Peter is like going through the motion? So it's like when you do like a freeze frame, like a character is it meant to be like a moment of triumph, sort of? But in these moments, Peter is triumphing, but on the inside he's meant to be sad. So it didn't really feel like it conveyed what Spider-Man is thinking in these moments, or the fact that he's like really cool. You know?
Yeah, I think it would have been more emotionally resonant. I would have felt it more if it was like this is running through the motions and like adding to my depression. But they prioritized the classic like, well, remember these Spider-Man stories and these iconic villains. I guess there was like moments in that montage where it's like what was it? The tombstone was like choking him or whatever, and like Spider-Man makes it like a joke. It's like, Spider-Man as a character kind of compensates a lot with his like shitty life with like jokes. So it like feels in character, but there's like moments where it's like, can we convey it a little bit more of like how depressing just continuing just doing this and this alone can be? And I think they do communicate that to an extent throughout the film, but in that montage specifically, I do agree with that critique that they could have conveyed that a little bit more.
I'm trying to think as well, because didn't you say you like the swinging? I feel like
I love the swinging. I don't understand why you and Quinman don't like the swinging. I like.
Well, my issue is because I feel that's part of why it feels like a green screen. I'm trying to remember. There was an example.
Sure,
it feels like the floatiness is wrong. Like when Spider-Man is pulling himself, it doesn't feel attached to the environment. That's why I think it's like weak in a lot of
I think there's like
swinging parts in this movie.
I like the different perspectives. I agree with like some of the green screen criticisms where it's like I think even in some of those swings, if I do a rewatch, maybe if you just go through those even in this cam rip, there are probably moments where I would agree where it's like, oh, I think you should have done this a little bit more practical. But for the most part, I think like, especially by comparison to the home trilogy, it's like, god damn, it's like a night and day difference. So like Like,
Yeah, it's
I
better than the
would
home
not
trilogy,
begrudge
sure.
anyone for saying like TASM does the swinging scenes better, or like even the Raimi stuff is like better swinging scenes. But like, god damn, it's like a night and day in terms of like fixing what was like a primary issue for a lot of people in the home trilogy.
I think it's here. This is obviously like a nice little
Like
tribute
stuff
to
like this is
Spider-Man
fun.
1.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, I like this one because obviously he's like, fucking hell, that was
Mhm.
awesome. But there was another where he's actually doing it properly that I thought felt a bit...
Did you like the first person perspective and the mask, stuff like that?
Oh, yeah,
like
that was,
the different
yeah, that was cool and all, yeah.
Yeah, I think like stuff like that was pretty like. I think there is first person's perspective in Spider-Man 3 from the Raimi one, and I think in the first one, but it felt like refreshing, I suppose, and maybe that like prioritizes in my mind of like finally we're like doing these scenes a little bit more proper by comparison. But I had very little issues with the swinging scenes personally, and the fight choreograph I think was pretty sick as well.
Yeah, no, it was... yeah, they were like decently creative and they used the environment.
I think they used
it was
some of
the start of the Hulk
yeah.
one was a bit weak, but at the end it's ended up working because they had the whole building shit.
I
It's
said
just 'cause at the
this.
start...
I think you'll disagree with this statement, and I still obviously, like, I think anyone would have to be an idiot if they didn't like enjoy Savage Hulk more than Professor Hulk. But I was saying like, in terms of starting out, the fight with Professor Hulk or whatever, like the like normal Bruce Banner version of Hulk where he like calms down.
Yeah.
He's like mind controlled, but it's like I think that was the coolest he's ever been, like that version. And I was like,
'cause
he was kind of
menacing.
beating ass a little bit. I think he was kind of cool when Jean Grey was controlling him there.
Yeah, he was like, he had aura as opposed to being this friendly guy.
Yeah. Like Endgame fucked that up significantly. It's like, who cares about like Professor Hulk? He's such a fucking loser. There's like
Yeah,
one
Hulk is,
good
like,
scene with him.
Forever raped in MCU.
It's yeah.
Frowny face.
I
I
think
can't find this one swingy scene.
what was it?
or
The
whatever.
MJ scene. All that stuff is good with MJ. I think.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
yeah, when
Ned
she-
is. They need to do something with Ned, or just drop him. Like drop him as a
Yeah,
character.
man.
Like what
That's
are
the
we
thing, is
doing?
if they're gonna focus on these characters again,
Yeah.
they need to actually, you know,
Do
oh,
something.
you tell me Ned's good at computer? You don't say.
cares,
I'm hearing this for the fourth time.
It's like I think like he peaked. Unironically, I think he peaked at Homecoming, where
Maybe.
he's like kind of a goofball, and
Yeah,
it's like there's
yeah.
like a lovable
He has
aspect of
an
the
arc
character.
in that movie, and in the others he's just like there.
Yeah,
I guess
it's
he
like what was
falls
that
in
one
love,
joke
but
where he's
still.
like helping out Spider-Man with like
Yeah, he's
the
like,
tech in the like
porn, you know,
computer
he like
lab,
takes
and
the
then
L,
like
tells Spider,
yeah, somebody catches him. He's like, I'm watching porn.
yeah. But I guess in the third one he could use magic. You know, he could use freaking magic.
Oh, dude,
I suppose.
that was so lame. Oh my
Yeah,
god, that introduction.
My aunt's magician. My aunt does seance. I can do the magic. Okay, man. All
That's
right,
like
dude.
the worst aspects of No Way Home, and it's like it's shot like shit with like the COVID like settings.
Just have a portal open up for no reason next
Oh
time.
my god.
Save your breath.
I'm just happy
So you
shit like
said-
that wasn't in this film for the most part. Like it's like
Mhm.
I don't know, like for all the complaints I have for like MCU.
Yeah, it's
like,
not filled with contrivances. There
yeah.
probably are some, but
I think there's
can't think
very
of them
little
off the head.
contrivances in my head that I can think of. I'm sure there are some, but not off the top of my head. Let's see. I'm trying to think. Third act.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much all I'd say, because the first half is
Yeah.
my least favorite part of the movie, and then beyond that, especially with the, you know, even if I don't, you know, I don't particularly care for now she figures out again. I think that Zendaya plays it really well, plays MJ really well.
I think I disagree with the message that you think this is trying to convey a little
Well,
bit.
I don't
in
think
terms
it's
of, like,
trying
you
to
can only
convey
make
that.
friends
I
with
think
high
it ends
school.
up conveying that. It's not obviously the movie doesn't want to convey that.
Yeah.
But that's what it comes off. It's like Peter
Yeah.
is an isolation person, and the only way to solve it is to go back to his initial friends. I understand that. Oh well, MJ and Ned, they
Sure,
represent the idea of connection. I get that, but you could have had new people, and by making it so that's the initial cast, it does make it come off like Peter is only able to find Solomon to do epic Lego building with his initial friends, and he is able to be friendly, sure, with the police lady or whatever, but he isn't able to actually. It's because the tragedy, that wasn't his fault, it saved the world. The tragedy of losing the friends, it's like, it would be, I think, really powerful to show that Peter can move on without having to go back to those specific people.
I think,
right?
I see what you're saying. I think, like, I don't feel as strongly about this aspect, even though I do think it's, like, a worthy criticism of, like, you could add new characters to get us more emotionally invested in this new trilogy, if you're going for another direction.
Yeah, I just feel like the fact that they didn't makes it come off like...
Sure, yeah.
It's like, you know, it's like if Aunt May died, I mean, it's not as bad as this, but if Aunt May died, and then Peter just goes to live with his grandparents-in-law or something, right? It's like, well, that kind of takes away from the whole, you no longer have that connection, right? It takes away from, oh, I no longer have that connection, and you can build from it, but you can build from it using what you already had.
I think it hits at a personal tragedy for Spider-Man's life of, like, after this, like, horribly traumatic loss and being scared to experience that again, he gets stuck in this, like, socially isolated, like, state of just continuing this pattern of, like, self-destruction over time, over 5 years, of just not really socializing. And I think there's, unfortunately, in today's society, a lot of people can probably relate with this idea of, like, being, like, stuck in a lot of ways and not having growth and meeting new people and getting out there and, like, feeling comfortable or trusting of others. I feel like this message was properly conveyed, and I think the resolution of, like, I didn't like how we exactly got to the point where MJ found out. I think it was kind of like half-baked, where it's like, oh, he just left the letter and she read it. But I do like the messaging. I like the delivery of it, the execution of it, and I do like this idea where it's like, over time, you know, you can still have, like, people in your life, and the relationships won't be the same, obviously, but, like, there are still people that you can meet. I think even work relationships too, like the work friendships or whatever that he develops, that are not the same. It's like you could still find other sources of, like, social, like, validation, or just you know, helping others and stuff like that. I don't know. I think it's good for Spider-Man to kind of learn this lesson in this way. Yeah.
This way, I feel like if they made the point without using these characters, it would have been stronger. That's basically what I mean when I say that. Obviously, do I think the writer of this movie wanted to humiliate people who lost their high school friends and laugh at them and say, you're a loser? No, but I feel like it does sort of create a bit of a dissonance.
What I would
overall,
like,
I think that where they went was good.
What I would like is if in the second movie, and then even the third, especially in the second, just do this, where, like, I think they should make, like, the story, like, really focus on, like, well, he doesn't really relate with Ned at all, or doesn't, like, he doesn't have time for MJ or Ned as people, just like in the Raimi trilogy stuff. Like, really get into, like, oh, it's not the same at all. Like, this is not, like, the same. Like, we're not.
Yeah, they can, like, they can be, like, you know, on good terms.
Yeah.
But if they want to if they want to focus on, like, you know, newer relationships, focus, you know, as opposed to staying there, I'd prefer that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would prefer that as well. I actually might critique if they don't go down that
opening of Spider-Man 5. Yeah. Ned overdoses on shark energy drink. We're at his funeral.
Yeah.
His body exploded into a sharknado.
What was that joke? He's like, I'm addicted to shark energy, and it's like, who cares? Like,
they wanted it to be cocaine. It was a metaphor for cocaine, but they couldn't. Kevin Feige wouldn't let them use coke. It's fucked up.
This fucking guy, dude.
Oh.
Yeah, they didn't go anything. I think they should have fleshed out a little bit more of, like, MJ's, like, attachment to her boyfriend or whatever. That felt like you could have done a little bit more with that. Like,
oh yeah, there was a bit of the. I mentioned this, but it's true. Like when her and Peter are like, there's the curtain thing, and it's like, wow, he cares where you are. What a loser. What a freak. I don't know, man. Seems quite reasonable.
Yeah. I really would have liked if they added in Gwen Stacy in this, or some character like that. Give, like, someone new, like one person that's, like, especially like from, like, not like MCU character as, like, this person. I guess technically the Chief is kind of like one of those characters, but, like, I want someone that, like, is around his age or something like that, like a romantic interest potentially, or even a friend like Harry Osborn or something like that.
Yeah, just something to show that he can move forwards, not just like repair what he had, but also move forward. That would be nice.
Like, it'll never be, like, it'll be harder to start, but, like, just show that, like, at least the start of that. They were willing to do that with Homecoming. That's one of my bigger criticisms of the Home trilogy is, you know, the MJ-Peter relationship is kind of, like, non-existent in the first one. And then, like, in the second one, it's, like, suddenly he just has a crush on her, and it's, like, it feels unnatural to the point where, like, it only feels like a meaningful relationship at all, kind of in No Way Home, and in here.
Yeah, he should have sex with the policewoman. She's like MILF. You're right.
Let's see. Anything else? I think I'm set with what I wanted to talk about, but...
Oh, I guess, yeah, I mean, what do you think of the... Spider-Man made MacGuffin chip that can remove anyone's powers. Do you think that was a effective arc?
I do, actually. For his character, I think the, like, the theme of, like, I'm going to try to manage this, well, it was a dangerous thing. Like, he almost nearly killed, like, a cop and Scorpion. So, it was, like, the progression of, like, what was happening to him with his DNA is reasonable that he would try to develop that inhibitor.
I guess it makes
like,
sense you can. You know, it's
yeah.
just... I prefer when my Spider-Man is a midwit. But I understand this guy's like a genius, so it makes sense you could do it, and it's happened in Marvel MCU before.
Yeah, in the comics, he's, like,
mitigation.
really smart. I think even, like, the street level stuff, like, he's really resourceful. So, like...
Spider-Man should be limited at 107 IQ.
I think they do explain how he
that.
gets a lot of his tech. And I don't even know if I fully buy this. I guess I can kind of buy this, but, like, he gets it from, like, scrounging around, like, in the garbage or whatever, like, resources he can gather together. I think that's kind of implied.
Well, that's just the world of the MCU, is people can do crazy tech stuff with less resources, seemingly, so...
I can buy that he's smart enough, like, especially by the... Like, if you were to tell me, like, that he was able to do this in the first movie, Homecoming or something, when he's, like, really, like, a kid, like, I don't think I would be able to buy that, but I could buy it in this movie. Also, like, setting up the universal inhibitor thing for the direction of, like, the X-Men is kind of interesting.
Yeah, but I think, didn't they have stuff like that on the raft? Am I misremembering?
They had, it doesn't alter your DNA. It's like, it does the same function as in it suppresses the powers, but it doesn't alter your DNA overall. Like, I think... I could be wrong. I don't think they convey this very well, where, like, it feels like the same kind of thing. But I think it's supposed to, over time, if you wear it long enough, it's supposed to, like, actually just over time just change your DNA inherently. I could be wrong on that, though. I think that's what they're trying to convey with that, though.
Maybe. I guess we'll see where they go with it.
I was already seeing jokes that people were like, Magneto's going to be pissed that Peter Parker found out that he created the universal inhibitor.
They should get Norm Finkelstein to play Magneto, by the way. I was just thinking of this, because I saw he spoke with Hassan. He'd be such a good Magneto. He'd be so cool. They need to teach Norman Finkelstein to act, to make a Magneto. That would be so fucking awesome, man.
Dude, why does that actually work in my head?
You monkeys, you Mr. Doom. Mr. Richards.
Mr. Doom.
Mr. Richard. Mr. Fantastic. Listen, let me tell you something. That'd be fucking awesome. That'd be fucking awesome.
What's it? Oh my god.
They could do Genosha. Dude,
Genosha would... Oh my god. They're gonna fuck up. I don't
know.
They need somebody like who's starting the X-Men stuff? Like, isn't it Matt Shackman or something?
I didn't look into it really.
I don't remember. I don't know.
I heard yeah, they should give it to James Gunn, I think. They should give it to James They should give it to James Gunn, man.
It's like, I think James Gunn is like born to do a very specific type of movie. And so when I saw Superman, I was like, I like this movie, but it doesn't feel like James Gunn was supposed to do this movie. I don't know if that makes sense.
I mean,
it feels like kind of like a James Gunn movie, but not really.
Hmm.
Like, I think it would have been served better if it wasn't James Gunn directing it and doing it. If that makes sense.
They need Vince Gilligan to write like a series-long arc. Oh, he doesn't do movies.
He does TV shows.
Whatever.
Does he still do TV? Isn't Pluribus him? He does.
Pluribus is him, yeah.
Yeah. Dude. Oh yeah. One of the critiques I had of this movie as well is I wanted more Scorpion.
Yeah. Yeah, I get he's not like, I get why they're not doing it. It's not like he's ever had like a main role, even. I don't think.
I agree.
In the comics either.
Yeah, I guess even as like just
like the actor.
Antagonist that keeps returning or whatever and getting his ass beat. I just wanted more screen time with him. I like the actor. I forget his name.
Yeah. Michael Mando? No.
Michael Mando, yeah. He's great in the Better Call Saul show, and I think he's fine as Scorpion. I think he works. Just in general, I just kind of wanted more street moments with like actual villains. Like they do. Yeah,
I was upset at the Tombstone. I wish there was more Tombstone.
Yes,
there was like a minute of him.
Like if you see, what was that one spectacular Spider-Man scene where it's like Tombstone just like bitches out Spider-Man? He just completely kicks his ass. I wanted like a Tombstone like that. But whatever. I don't want Kingpin anymore. I used to want Kingpin, but I don't want him anymore.
They peaked at season 3 of Netflix.
Yeah.
They overdid him.
Isn't he going to be in the new season too? It's like, I don't care anymore. Like you've overused him.
I didn't watch any of Born Again. I was put off it. Didn't seem, I don't know. Do you think, is it worth watching? I think the consensus is no.
I think I'm a lot more forgiving of like TV shows and movies. Obviously the Netflix Daredevil is superior in every way, but I think Born Again is fine. It's just like, I don't think you would like it.
I also don't fucking get why they made his costume so shit. Am I retired?
Oh yeah.
Everyone's like, oh, this is awesome. This is freaking bad. He's like black. No, Daredevil's red, like a devil. Are you stupid?
Me? Is it just me? I think I want I don't know why I want this, but once I saw it in the first Daredevil, I just want the like black mask, the very basic.
Yeah, that was really good. It was better than this.
Cool. I don't know why.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't care about the gimmick costume of the Daredevil anymore. I don't care anymore. I want that. Bullseye's cool in the show. If there's like one sequence I want you to watch from Born Again at all, if you're gonna watch anything from it, is like where he's at the diner. That's really cool. I'm trying to think of any other moments that are like really cinema. I don't know. If I had to think about it for this long, it's not that great, is it?
My favorite Bullseye scene is when he encourages that guy to kill his family. That was fucking awesome. Goes to suicide prevention hotline.
Oh yeah.
Listen, you need to fucking kill these guys. That's fucking badass.
He was.
Oh, and then
go ahead. Sorry.
Dude, and then Netflix season 1 where like they have Kate or the blonde lady and the accountant guy with Kingpin's right hand man is like, you really think I put bullets in that gun, you dumb bitch? And then she fucking kills him.
I keep telling my brother, I was like, dude, like seasons 1 of 3 of Daredevil is like pure cinema. I think like it was like the final fight with Daredevil, Bullseye, and Kingpin. I was like, I think that was like one of the few moments in comic book movies where I'm like shouting at the screen like it's a UFC match. I was like, this shit is fucking sick. Like that fight was. If it just ended there, I was like, yeah, I would have been satisfied.
Yeah. All right. Anyway. So you think it's a 9 out of 10 still? You still think Spider-Man Brand New Day 9 out of 10?
Because, like, okay, you would have to watch my stream to get my whole thoughts, obviously, but, like, the way I ranked stuff, I was ranking all the Spider-Man films. And I was just thinking to myself, I was like, okay, Spider-Man 2 is, like, a 9 out of 10 in my head, right? Like, there's flaws in Spider-Man 2, but it's, like, overall, like, I'm thinking of the experience of, like, I think for the most part, like, it hits all the beats, it does all the things, like, that, like, for the most part, outweigh all the negatives. Even the stuff where I'm, like, not as emotionally invested. Like, I don't think MJ and Peter work as a romance throughout the trilogy, personally. I don't like MJ as a character. I don't think she's like she's a complicated person, but like I don't think she's a likable person. Like I just personally, it doesn't resonate with me as a character, and I don't think Peter at times is very likable in the trilogy. So like it was hard to get invested with like will they, won't they, and number 2. But everything with Doc Ock was like amazing. Does that make sense?
What movie's like a 10 out of 10 for you? I'd like to understand what you see as the best.
I have to think about this, like genuinely, like, something close to a 10 out of 10 is like, even this is not really a 10 out of 10. I was thinking of like The Dark Knight initially, but I was like, is that really a 10 out of 10 for me? Because there's like tons of things about The Dark Knight that I'm like, I think this would have been served better.
Superhero film.
You know what I mean? I think
really.
Heath Ledger carries it too much. He's like doing too much work to make it work. The closest thing I can think of a 10 out of 10. God, I haven't actually thought about that.
Well,
Blade Runner 2049 is close. Like, I don't even know if that's like a 10 out of 10. Does that make sense?
What movie's a 3 out of 10 in your mind?
Oh, a 3 out of 10? Unironically, Far From Home is basically like a 4 or a 3 out of 10. Like, it's actually like, I ranked, what do I have in my notes? I'm gonna pull up my notes. When I ranked it, I did like an objective tier list of like the actual technical qualities and my subjective experience, and I put Far From Home at like the very bottom. It's at the bottom of like objective and subjective experience. I think it was like, unironically, I could actually do like a 3 or a 2 out of 10. Like the more I think about that film, and I used to like be a little bit more favorable and forgiving of that film.
Yeah.
TASM 2 is like really mixed. That's like a 5 out of 10 for me. So like there's like higher highs in TASM 2 than even in Brand New Day for me. Like everything with Gwen Stacy is really good. Like the death is like very impactful and everything, like stuff like that. But like then like the villains are like dog shit, you know?
Yeah, I think the actor for Electro is an ableist asshole. I think when he's stuttering that movie, he's like saying, "This is what I think of all disabled people."
Yeah.
That guy, I forget what's his name. What's that guy's name? Fuck.
The guy who plays Harry, like his grotesque
Electro.
appearance in the film, like it just it's like I hate this.
Jamie Foxx. This guy's evil. This guy's evil.
Yeah. I didn't like his design either. It was like I didn't like him in the actual blue, and I didn't like him as like an actual person. Like it was like bucktooth. Obnoxious.
Yeah, but like, because he doesn't believe that disabled people are real, so he's just doing that to mock the disabled people. Like he thinks Tourette's is made up.
Is that more direction of like what Mark Webb wanted, or is that more Jamie Foxx though?
Well, it seems like, I mean, I feel like even a best version of that would be really shit. So it's probably more direction.
Maybe.
Jamie Foxx is good in Django, so I assume. So I usually blame direction when it comes to that. You know.
To pinpoint this even further on how like I view movies, where it's like I like Spider-Man 3 more than Spider-Man 2. But I know that Spider-Man 3 is like objectively a worse movie in all ways. Like I like the things that Spider-Man 3 does that is like hokey and campy and lovable is like really enjoyable. It outweighs the like the actual technical quality of it, where it's like I'm enjoying myself anyway because it's so bad. It's like watching The Room at times, where like this is so bad that it's amazing, you know?
I liked it because I liked drawing Venom stick figures when I saw it as a child. It had more cool action figures in it than Spider-Man 2.
Oh, and then like sequences like the how Sandman got his powers are pretty beautiful. I don't really mind the retcon of like Uncle Ben's death. Storylines like that, like kind of like the goods are like almost on the same level at times with like the other Raimi films. Like my favorite Spider-Man film of all time is the first one. The first Raimi film.
Yeah. No, that was pretty good. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, fair enough. You see, I think that you have like a nuanced opinion here, even if and that's beautiful, man. You have a beautiful soul, Emery. Has anyone ever told you that?
Yeah, actually.
Oh.
I tell myself that every day.
That's
Remind
cheating.
myself.
It's min-maxing.
Yeah. Soul maxing. I could get my list. Wait, do you have a list of like your favorites or whatever? Did you ever like think about like wait,
Spider-Man.
Yeah,
It's probably the Spider-Verse movies, and then probably Spider-Man 1, and then probably, and then it's like the next year, and then probably like Spider-Man 2 and or 3, and then 2.
Yeah.
I never saw Amazing Spider-Man, but then for the Homecoming, it's probably No Way Home, Homecoming, Far From Home, and then this.
Interesting. I disagree with
But I
you,
haven't seen
obviously,
Far From
but
Home in a
interesting.
while.
Yeah.
It might be better than Far From Home, to be honest. Or Homecoming. I haven't seen them in ages.
Yeah, I thought this was the best of the Tom Holland stuff. And I think I
You
have
ever
to
see
do a
Spider-Man
rewatch to be
Lotus?
completely
That's the
fair.
one where
but-
the actor said the N-word. You ever see Spider-Man Lotus?
Oh no, I don't. I was never interested anyway, but maybe I'll have to watch that just as a goof one day. But that looks dog shit.
Wow.
That looks like really bad.
And then my favorite Spider-Man... Did you ever read, like, The Superior Spider-Man? That was really cool, by Dan Slott. It's where Otto Octavius is Spider-Man.
I'm not
And
as
then
much of a
there's-
comic reader as I would like to be. But isn't that story the one with isn't it like is it oh my god, I could be so wrong here and I'd feel like a fucking idiot. But isn't Superior Spider-Man where Doc Ock takes like Spider-Man's
Yeah.
place? Yeah, okay.
It is, yeah. It's that one. That one's
I don't
one's
remember that
cool.
story like verbatim, but like I remember I was like that's a pretty neat idea and
And then there's a Spider-Man comic where Obama meets Spider-Man. That one's my favorite.
I'm trying to think like in terms of where I would want this trilogy to go, where it would actually satisfy me. Because I don't want them to do like I don't even want, if I'm being honest, I don't even want this Tom Holland Spider-Man in any of the Avengers films at this point.
Yeah, they need to make so Spider-Man 5 needs
Yeah.
to be, what does it need to be? It needs to be like Spider. I don't know what haven't they done in the movies?
They haven't done
Fucking-
Kingpin,
they-
but it's like
they
I
haven't
don't
done-
want Kingpin now. So
They did a Craven movie with the fucking guy from One Direction, but that's not really, it doesn't really count.
is he from
I
One
like Craven's
Direction,
Last
really?
Hunt. Isn't that guy from One Direction the
I
guy
don't
that got to
think
play?
So I could be wrong, but
Craven.
I don't know. I don't think he is. I actually do want a Craven. I do want a Craven movie, but I don't know if I want him as a primary antagonist. I think
Oh,
you
no,
could
I'm
tell
just-
that's like the comic story is actually pretty cool, where like he actually ends up winning and he becomes a better Spider-Man. I think that's pretty cool. So maybe like you
Yeah.
could tell that story. I think it would work on
Could
screen.
do that. Kind of come out of nowhere. Well, it would be a good story.
Yeah.
What if they made Spider-Man? I was hoping this one would do, but I guess they're not going to do Man Spider. That'd be cool. I don't know.
Yeah, I was like mixed on the Man Spider idea where I was like, I think you could make this work on screen, but it's like, I was worried about the CGI looking shit and like it not being conveyed very well.
What about Mephisto? Is if Spider-Man's going to fight the devil to get MJ back? I
Did
feel
you
like
know-
we circle.
Did you
Yeah,
know
yeah.
Mephisto's already been introduced?
Well, wasn't he like? Was he in Ghost Rider?
No, he was at the last episode of the fucking Ironheart series. Apparently,
What?
he's played by Sacha Baron Cohen, like the Borat guy.
Oh.
It's fun. Nobody watched that fucking show, dude. Nobody watched that show. I only knew that because like sometimes I'll watch like one of the theory people and they're like, "Oh yeah, like
Looks to
he
camera.
finally showed
I'm
up."
punishing you, the audience.
Yeah.
I'm punishing you, the audience.
Honestly, okay, I think if you do go this direction, I think this could work. Although, like, I think just like Craven, I think it would have to be more personal. Actually, make one of the movies about like his conflict, his actual disagreement with Punisher. I think that can actually work. Actually, make Punisher the like villain Like the antagonist in the very bare minimum, like the main antagonist. Like I actually do want to see that.
A bit like Daredevil season 2, but like with Spider-Man.
Yes, but like actually, yeah, like.
Yeah, but you obviously like
show how
I see what you're
resourceful
saying.
Punisher is as well, and like his strategy, like stuff like that. I think that'd be cool. Craven, Punisher. I was thinking about Chameleon, but it's like they've done the route of like Jean Grey,
Mephisto thing, Doppelganger as well. I feel like they kind of have all that covered.
Like, yeah, I don't know.
What if they just do Hobgoblin, even though there's no Green Goblin, because that's for the other world? What if they just do it like that?
You'd have to earn it, and I think the only character that would be Hobgoblin is Ned at this point. You would be finally doing something with Ned.
Do so much shark cocaine that he becomes the Hobgoblin to sate his addiction. Or no, you think it's to sate his addiction, but then he goes, "No, I just love killing, man. I just really fucking hate people. I want to kill them all."
You could say, in this movie, they subtly imply his like obsession with Spider-Man a little bit, and maybe like build up a resentment over time with the next movie or whatever, and then maybe in the third movie he becomes Hobgoblin, and you earn that potentially.
Here, look.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Here, look, do you see my stream? I have the Obama comic. Look, I have the Obama comic. Check it out.
Pull it up.
I have the Obama. They need to do this. They need to put him in Spider-Man.
Obama. Let's see.
I have the Obama comic. Look, it's the Obama comic. Look. It's the Obama comic. Check it out. It's the Obama comic. Look, it's the Obama comic. It's the Obama comic. Look.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Where'd it go? It's the Obama comic. It's freaking awesome, man. You're freaking jealous, aren't you? The Obama comic. Freaking mocking you right now.
It's fucking epic.
Yeah. There you go. All right. Well, hey, I think that's all I had to ask. I mean, thanks for freaking calling in, Emery, or Mr. Plague, or whatever you go by.
Either one will do. Have a good one, man.
Have a nice day. Smile.
Thanks for the comment. Later. I think that was nice. That was wholesome. Wholesome Chungus. Able to hash out disagreements. It would have been better content if like we got into like yelling and screaming at each other about Spider-Man and our disagreements, but you know, I like wholesome Chungus moments of just hashing out disagreements respectfully. Even just agreeing, sharing a love for the Spider-Man character and the movies. And we had a good time. I'm too sleepy for this. I'll have to watch the rest later. Well, thank you for showing up, Shadow. Thank you for showing up, Clark Cunt. Chronic the Hemp Hog Reel. Ask Parry if it's better than Tasm. I should have asked Parry if it's better than Tasm. I'd have to guess. I think he said that Tasm was better, which I respectfully disagree. I think Tasm is consistent, just like Homecoming, but it's a bit of a snooze fest by comparison. Like, the Sweeney is obviously better in moments. I'd have to do a side-by-side comparison to be absolutely fair to Brand New Day. But, like, I do think, like, the Lizard villain is not as compelling, unfortunately. Although the Gwen Stacy, relationship is great. Like, those Spider-Man movies are better at being romantic movies, unironically, than a Spider-Man movie at times. Which isn't always a bad thing, necessarily, in terms of the quality of a movie. But, you know, it is what it is. He was desperate to save MJ, yeah. Oh, I should have hashed that out with him a little bit, but it's whatever. Like, there was another disagreement I had with him where he was trying to suggest that that MJ's opinion is that, like, well, it's not your decision really, whether or not we remember this stuff. Like, you should have told me and Ned. You should have told me. We obviously wanted to know. It's very transparent. We wanted to remember. And like, yeah, that's true, but she wanted him to do it. Like, she wasn't going to tell Ned. She wanted him to actually do the right thing and tell Ned. It wasn't like, I think he misunderstood that scene a little bit, where like she's like accidentally calling him Peter and reveals like the first name, but like it isn't like the idea is to tell Ned anyway and be like Like, she wants Spider-Man to do it. She wants Peter Parker to do it himself. To do the right thing. It's like, well, you know... Like, I know, like, you're hesitant and you think you shouldn't do this, but, like... You love and respect us. You should have done this. Like, that's part of the Spider-Man, like, character, too, is he makes decisions on his own accord. Like, to try to protect, like, his loved ones, his family and friends. But, like, this goes opposed to what they want, what they desire. It's counter to what they want from him. So, yeah. Parry forgetting Jean Grey is young. I don't know if he forgot. I don't know what this is a reference to, what statement he said or whatever, but I don't know if he necessarily forgot that Jean Grey was young or anything like that. Was there anything else I wanted to do with today's stream? Probably not, realistically, if I'm being quite frank with you guys, but let me check my schedule. Let me see if I have a clock in officially. I know I'm supposed to work tonight, but... Oh, wait, let's look at this very quickly. Why? I don't know why. Why does he feel compelled to keep doing this to himself? What is this? What is up with this guy? Ethan Klein lied. He's still suing iDubbbz after claiming he was dropping the lawsuit. Destiny Stephen Bonnell called Ethan Klein a pedophile who rapes his own kids. iDubbbz said he disagrees with these statements, but was curious as to why Ethan never called Destiny out for this. This is a rat taking advantage of the legal system. Fucking sad what he turned out to be. Technically it's always been, like, it was never transparent. It was never as transparent as it's been now. But he was always kind of like this person. It was always kind of like, if you really delve through everything objectively, like looked at his like history, it's like, yeah, he's always been this person.
Yes, I do have important news. I'm going to try to be as candid about this as possible. I have my points written down in front of me. So here is the news. Here's the important news. Number one, Ethan Klein has not dropped the lawsuit. Number two, we've been actively dealing with it for the past couple of months. Number three, I'm bringing it up now because now we have court dates, basically. And so, you know, it's becoming a lot more real. I'm not particularly surprised, but I am...
What a, like, lying piece of shit. Why would he do... Why would you... Why would you... Well, why would you make this choice? Is he just, like, clinging on for dear life? He's like, let me try to scrape out one more desperate win. But it's like, even, like, the potential win you get out of this is still a long-run L because even, especially now, you just fucking lied about dropping it in the first place. But there'll always be defenders of this abhorrent behavior.
There really isn't much else I can say about the matter right now because, you know, it's legal. It's legal. So, yeah, we're going to keep pushing on. That doesn't change anything here. For the rest of the stream, I am going to be doing what we normally do. So, yeah, that is it. I'm not going to be answering any questions in chat related to it. But there you go. I didn't even make you guys wait too long. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's, This is so Trump of him. Casey Tron was his Venezuela, Denham's and Noah Samson were his Iran, and now he's taking out all of his L's on iDubbbz. His Cuba, iDubbbz his Cuba. Oh my God, it's a gross comparison because like people are actually suffering from Cuba. Oh, jeez. And then some retards like, all hail Lex Juther. Okay, cool. Very sad and pathetic behavior, I must say. Very sad. Very sad indeed. I just realized my image wasn't on the screen. I don't know how long we're gonna be here, though, so... No more to fascism, Trumpism, and no more to the Democrats who collaborate with fascists by funding ICE in Israel is a Hitler-style speech to you? Oh, yeah. Are they like projecting like this idea that it's like, oh, because they're going to be socialist commies and there's going to be actual repercussions and people are going to go to jail and stuff like that because we've like normalized and sanitized and cooperated in corruption or whatever for such a long time as establishment Dems as a party. I think that's the actual like thing that establishment Dems are concerned about is actual meaningful consequences to people holding you accountable for your disgusting actions. And then trying to project it as like, oh, he's going to like kill all of us. He's going to like genocide all of us or whatever. Or they want to kill. It's like, no one wants to do that. Denham's questions Ethan Klein's calculus in deciding to continue pursuing his lawsuit against iDubbbz after lying about dropping it. Your image as a content creator is more important than the destruction of someone else's image. This hurts you, Ethan, more than it hurts him.
Apologizing to me. He made the YouTube creator iDubbbz reveals that Ethan Klein lied about dropping his lawsuit against him and now has received an upcoming court date. Ethan previously confirmed he would drop the lawsuit after receiving significant backlash online and an apology from iDubbbz. I am shocked that the guy who has been caught lying 500 times would lie again.
So here is the news. Here's the important news. Number 1, Ethan Klein has not dropped the lawsuit. Number 2, we've been actively dealing with it for the past couple of months.
I just don't see the goal. Like, it does hurt him more than like it hurts any other person here. It doesn't really, I don't know. It could, I guess it could financially affect iDubbbz enough, right? That's the only goal is spite, is to drain him of as much money as possible before giving up on the lawsuit or losing the lawsuit.
Number 3,
it's just like you're like a chaotic fucking madman. You're just like a grotesque, disgusting piece of filth.
Now, because now we have court dates basically. And so, you know, it's becoming a lot more real.
So like, what's the calculus look like for Ethan Klein exactly? I made this guy make a video apologizing to me. He made the video and it was incredibly earnest, so earnest that I replied to it with, "Hi Ian, I appreciate the thoughtful apology. It means a lot. I've instructed my attorneys to drop the lawsuit entirely." And then you're gonna proceed with the lawsuit.
I guess you could say on a technical regard, if I wanted to be that guy who's a little antsy, maybe like he didn't technically lie in terms of, yeah, maybe he told them to drop it and initially they did drop everything. And then he changed his mind. I guess, like, if I wanted to be that guy, but overall, in effect, like, it's like, it appears as a lie. And either way, like, even if you want to go, obviously, if you want to go down the route of, like, he didn't lie, technically, he just changed his mind, it's like, it's just, like, a bad look. It just looks pathetic. It just looks sad and pathetic, and, like, it looks even more like you're a mental unhinged madman that, like, is, like, going back and forth, like, on emotional swings, like, one moment you're like super satisfied with like the outcome of something or like being able to forgive, quote unquote, or like just like calm things down a little bit, and then the other you're like escalatory and just going all out of whack, like just filled with disgust and like bitterness towards people who ultimately like have read you, they've read your entire soul accurately, and you don't like what it tells everyone else.
Anyways, question mark, question mark, question mark. Your image as a content creator is more important than the destruction of someone else's image. What the fuck is going on? It has to just be like a vengefulness, right? But like
it also could just be like, well, fuck it, I'm already at this point. Like, it can't get any worse for me in terms of like how bad I look. It could purely at this point be YOLO, fuck it, I don't give a shit.
Gonna live out.
It's not that he doesn't have anything more to lose. It's just that he's like comfortable with losing more. Like it's like I've already lost so much. Technically, he's like still. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's like financial struggles that like he doesn't spend his money well. But for the most part, I'm sure he's like financially well off and all good. Like I think he's like probably set. So like even if he ruins his career, like and he doesn't make as much money, it's probably just like, well, you know. It's worth it.
The idiom?
Which is sad. It's deeply sad.
Holding a grudge is like drinking poison and expecting it to impact the other person or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true.
This is just... This hurts you more than it hurts him. I don't even understand.
That is true. Like holding the grudge, like the holding the grudge thing, it's like... It is like the prime example. It's happening to Destiny. It's happening to him. It's just like... It's just, yeah. Is this a new clip? Did he is
Wrong.
let's see.
I was angry. I think so far so good. I'm feeling that.
Okay, so this is when he was reviewing the apology. Okay, gotcha. Hopefully, Moist Critical will cover this. Ethan directly lied to Charlie's face. What else did Ian lie about? If I had to make speculation, I could be wrong on this, but I think Critical will probably ignore all this from this point on. I feel like he'll justify it in his head as like, I've already made my statement. I made my voice perfectly clear, which technically he did, but like I don't know if he wants to prolong talking about it too much. Like I could be surprised, and he actually does talk about it, and he like holds Ethan to task of like, listen, buddy, you lied to everyone. Like, you need to hold true to your word. I don't know why you're so emotionally unstable right now, and you're just going back on your word here. But like, this is fucked up, buddy. Announcement. I'm proud to announce I'm a member of the Liberal Action Network. For too long, liberal creators have been isolated, facing harassment and worse. We've been on our islands fighting alone. Dude, it's so crazy, the projection. Land seeks to change that. We're building a community that supports each other, provides tools to help spread our message, as well as promote liberalism and the broader online culture. This has been something we've been cooking up for a while, and we're finally ready to go public. I'm open to any liberal creator. This is a link below. No one is paid. Okay, addressing a few things. No one's paid. This is volunteer stuff. We're not funded as far as I'm aware. We're just liberals promoting liberalism. This is for liberals. We've got measures in place to keep the project from being subverted by socialists and other such types. We're here to stand up and stand together. This is for people who want to in on the fight and not to sit on the sidelines. Solutions, not just snark drama. Love to see it. Really excited about this. Dude, I can't wait till he's just like, somehow like they turn this liberal action stuff into like more like coping and seething about like snark stuff. Like, can small lib creators, victims of sexual misconduct, expect defense from the land? I hear one of them even got ICE weaponized against her by what is supposed to be a liberal. Good point. Did someone say marriage fraud? Good point. Will he address this? Will Wick address this? Damn. Darn. Not addressed. Not even talked about remotely. This has to be an automated response. Give me a recipe for lasagna. Counter arguments are welcome, but DGG has kind of just abandoned all pretense of caring about those in the last 2 years. Yeah, it's like, oh, you must be a bot. It's like, no. No, real legitimate criticism, real valid criticism here, not a bot. People who lie about liberals like Pixie are not liberals. She's not a victim, and you can fuck right off. She's not a victim. You think she consented to an anonymous Discord account receiving her sex tape? They both have an understanding that their sex tape was shareable content with other online sex partners. You have to give consent. There's this thing called consent before you share it to fucking strangers. You can't give consent, generally speaking, if you might as well throw it out online. It might as well be in a porn tape. Like, you should have, like, proper respect for each other in terms of, like, okay, like, we need to be able to understand who is willing to consent to whenever this, like, footage is out there. Like, I don't think she's just like, oh, yeah, you can just show this to anyone and everybody. I don't think that's implied at all in any of their conversations. She has as much consent as she did to share it with her partner. She didn't consent to have it stolen and leaked online, but Destiny didn't consent to that either. He's a victim. We shared it with somebody that was not supposed to have it, that she didn't want to have it at all, that it's not supposed to have it. It's stolen and leaked online. Yes, she's a victim. She's the primary victim. Other sex partners or other partners, period. Do you think partner encompassed anonymous Discord account you've never verified the age, identity, and don't even know the name of? Do you really think that's what a Pixie meant by partner? And this person's never going to respond to that, I'm sure. Cool. Who is this? Hassan fan who committed genocide in Yemen. Was in his chat calling Norman Finkelstein anti-Semitic. Is this the Fiction? Norm, that's anti-Semitic. I wonder what's anti-Semitic about what Norm says. What is supposed to be anti-Semitic? This interview was a train wreck for Hassan's optics. Let's see. This is from H3 Reddit. Norm Finkelstein discussing the alleged sexual violence committed on October 7th by Hamas. I hope your viewers hear this. There is not one single frame of Hamas committing rape or sexual violence. Bear in mind, as not only just an absence of any digital evidence, which would take 7 months to go through, of all the various technological paraphernalia, CCTV, traffic cameras, a body cam, dash cam, GoPro, not one of rape, not one of sexual violence, not one frame. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the statement. Like, this is like a matter-of-fact statement. If you want to say, like, we're being very technical, too. Like, on the day of October 7th, there was no actual sexual violence. Like, if you were to bring up something that happens, like, as to one of the hostages or the day after or something like that, like maybe there's, like, a case to be made. I'd have to look more into that stuff, obviously. Like, I would not doubt that sexual violence would have happened afterward. But, like, if nobody can, like, verify any of these claims, if there's not enough digital evidence to, like, actually make this claim, then, like, you're just going off of misinformation. You're just claiming this as if, like, you should just believe this because we said it. Zionist Ethan Klein's community are upset with Hassan Piker's interview with political scientist Norm Finkelstein. They pretend that nobody knows who Finkelstein is outside of Hassan's community, call his takes on the genocide in Gaza insane, and call him a self-hating Jew. Well, that's not surprising. They debate the quiet part out loud on whether anti-Semitism is justified in 2026. Hassan attempts to convince Norm Finkelstein that Israel tying itself to Judaism makes it harder to combat anti-Semitism. Norm Finkelstein argues back that anti-Semitism is defined as an irrational hatred of Jews, but that the resentment is rational. It's rational to hate Israel as a country, as a society. Like, I would have to look at the interview, and maybe we'll actually cover this, like, in a different stream, because I kind of do want to cover this interview. But, like, I think it would be more rational to, like, define it as, well, if you're portraying yourself as doing this for the Jewish people, right? And as a society, you've collectively agreed, like, you're going to have a lot of people end up being anti-Semitic because, especially if they're the victims of your colonialism, of your barbarity, they're going to naturally be like, well, if this is like what you guys do and this is what you represent, then they're probably more susceptible to having the inclination. I probably was just repetitive there with the wording, but whatever. You're probably more susceptible to becoming a lot more anti-Semitic if this is how you represent Jewish people. If this is what if you're saying this is what Jewish people are okay with as well. If, like, this is, like, your group, right? So it'd be rational to be like, well, in my circumstance, what my experiences entail, like, as my experiences show me, there's a hostility towards me. I'm being victimized by a very specific group of people who define themselves on doing this for this group of people. So I'm naturally more inclined to probably pick up more anti-Semitic, like, sentiments. Even though, like, it's not going to be prioritized in your mind if you're, like, a victim of stuff like that. I'm sorry, it's just not going to be the case. Like, it'd be perfectly understandable if, like, people that were victims of slavery, if black people that were victims of slavery held very rational, understandable, but, you know, prejudiced views on white people. I think that's pretty understandable. What would be irrational overall, though, is because of those experiences that is saying it's never possible for any other white person to actually be principled and against, like, slavery and bigotry and racism and stuff like that. Like, right? Like, that's pretty rational. Like, that's a rational part of your brain. Like, you're overpowering. You have to like really like work to get to that point if you're a victim of these like disgusting people, like these disgusting filth that is like victimizing you and putting you in a position where your life is like just the ultimate form of misery. You have to work to get to that point. We're a lot more privileged in being able to like ponder on this more and understand and grow and learn why like racism and bigotry and prejudice is like bad, like making all these stereotypes. Like we get a little bit more leniency in terms of being able to get to that position in the first place. Not a lot of people do actually have that, you know. This is why when it's like you're talking about like terrorist organizations like Hamas or whatever, and why can I not think of the name? Hezbollah or anything like that. Like, there's like an understandability of like why they're leaning towards more anti-Semitic like thought processes, given their experiences. Like, obviously, it's wrong to like view the world that way, to view like a group of people that way. But ultimately, it's understandable to a degree. You know what I mean? Like, it's like understanding, but not like endorsing, obviously. Not saying that like this is the correct approach. So wait, hold on. Someone argues that no people are monolithic, which is true, absolutely. And the scapegoating of Jews is a common tactic. The only problem with the no people are monolithic argument is that if it becomes like a large majority of a society and they represent, like, especially if it's like an ethno state or whatever, they represent and everyone's brainwashed into a line of thinking. It is more about the political leanings. It's more about the societal, like, cultural leanings of like fascism and, you know, whatever supremacy, white supremacy, Jewish supremacy, any form of supremacy. Like, it's more of like, that's the actual problem in of itself. It's a deeper rooted issue. It's not based on just the traits of like each individual like person who is like white or like black or Jew, whoever's the oppressors. So no, it's not monolithic, but it's going to feel monolithic to like the victims of like to the oppressed. It's going to be so overwhelming that it's going to be like, well, it almost might as well be my monolithic, you know? Does this make sense? I think this makes sense. I think this is fair. The scapegoating of Jews is a common tactic. Yeah. The people understand that when Tucker Carlson says America has demographic concerns, that is white supremacy. He says if Jews were monolithic, there would not be such a generational divide on Zionism and billions spent to maintain its indoctrination. This is absolutely true. This is absolutely true. Of course, Destiny fans are getting in on it. No rape would ever get a conviction. It's a horrific stance, only gets applied to wider society. Rape only happens if there's video. Well, it's not that there's not video or photographic evidence, it's that there's not enough actual evidence to collect that any, like, there's no, like, samples or anything. Like, there's nothing substantive to actually garner the conclusion that any rapes have happened. That's kind of the point. There's basically nothing. Like, the UN isn't like biased and saying, like, they covered like all the fucking war crimes. I'm pretty sure the UN would be more than fair and suggesting that out of all the war crimes, out of all the horrific shit that like Hamas did on October 7th, especially towards civilians, that I'm pretty sure they would tell you if sexual violence happened, that they would be more than willing to accommodate with evidence, proper claims, they would have noted that. Like, I don't, like, it goes into, like, conspiracy theory crafting where it's like, well, the UN wouldn't actually talk about, you know, anything like that. Like, they're biased. And it's like, I don't think that's the case, buddy. Hold on. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. I'm calling somebody. Yeah,
Hey,
what's up?
What's up? Can you
How
hear me
you
okay?
been?
Oh, I'm okay. I'm like really tired. I had a bunch of gummies last night, so I got like a little bit of a gummy hangover if you hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah. But that's all I can say right now. I don't know how amazing a conversationalist I'll be at this moment, but
Yeah, I
let's
just
see.
wanted your thoughts on a couple of things really quick.
Yeah, man.
Like, kind of short, if it needs to be short.
No, I mean, whatever. We'll see how it goes, or
I guess
whatever you
I would
need.
just want your thoughts, because I was hashing this out in my mind. I haven't seen this interview yet with Norm Finkelstein and Hassan Piker, but there's like a critique.
Yeah, I saw this.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
I was gonna say it's very long. I didn't see the whole thing,
Yeah.
but I probably saw like at least like a half hour of it. So what's up?
I guess I just wanted your thoughts on this like idea here, and I've just like hashed this out in my mind of like I'm trying to hit a line where I'm not overly rationalizing this idea of why people view certain groups of peoples in monolithic ways. I think the best comparison I could think of is Norm Finkelstein makes this point, and obviously Hassan's going to like try to insist that I'll just read it this way. Hassan
Sure.
attempts to convince Norm Finkelstein that Israel's tying itself to Judaism, which makes it harder to combat anti-Semitism. But Norm argues back that anti-Semitism is defined as irrational hatred of Jews, but the resentment is rational, at least rational in the sense for the victims, the
Wait,
oppressed.
real quick,
Sure,
just
yeah.
because words get mushy.
Sure,
You're
sure.
saying that Norm Finkelstein defined it as an irrational or a rational, like
Hassan defines it as irrational to view any group of people really as a monolithic, as like all these people are like the same, and like we can't treat them as every single person wants to like say like oppress you and genocide you. For example, I said like Israel as a society unfortunately is at a state where this is overwhelming majority of the group, but Norm is insistent that if you were to suggest that it's rational to kind of have a hatred at this point in time towards Jewish people, at least a majority of Israel for one, that it's perfectly rational if you view these people as oppressors.
Oh right, no, I think I saw that, and I've also seen Finkelstein
Sure, yeah.
Discuss things that maybe he worded a little differently this time around, but I've seen him say things that are somewhat similar. Did he also, is this the part where he brought up his parents and how like he
I don't know if he does it for this interview. I haven't seen it, but I know he's done that before.
Well, no, because the thing is that no, I did see a portion where they were talking, and maybe I saw everything that you're talking about right now.
Sure.
But one part that stood out, and this is also something that Finkelstein has discussed many times before in interviews and otherwise. He uses his parents as an example. Basically, like, very often the segue is someone will say something like, you know, what do you say to this, like, level to the level of anti-Semitism that is in the pro-Palestinian movement? And he usually starts out by saying, like, well, I mean, honestly, I don't think that the movement is significantly anti-Semitic at all. But I will say this, and this is, you know, kind of the relevant part that to all of this, which is he says something, he says, like, my parents, obviously I love them. They were wonderful people and they survived the Holocaust, and they had a lifelong resentment of Germans, and maybe he doesn't even use resentment. He might use the word hatred.
I think he literally said something like hatred.
Yeah, I think he does use the word hatred. It's a strong word, though, so since I wasn't confident.
Yeah,
that he
I
said
suppose what I'm saying is, like, I'm trying to think. Yeah, go ahead.
And just real quick, just to finish it for those who are listening, is that he says, like, now I I completely thought that they were wrong for this, but I would never even spend like a moment trying to talk them out of that, because that's their lived experience, and we should understand that when people are like heavily traumatized in that way, that response is somewhat of an understandable one. I mean, obviously I'm paraphrasing poorly, but that is like the gist of it. And it I don't know if I'm explaining it well, but when he says it, I think it's like rather convincing. It's not an attempt to legitimize the hatred, to say like this is a good thing, but just to say, like, in some cases we should understand that this is a normal reaction, and we don't want this, but that sort of thing. So anyway, what were you going to say?
I suppose what I'm going for is like there's a natural like antagonism or resentment that you will feel for your oppressors if they represent themselves as like doing all this on behalf of all Jewish people. If that is your like perception of, even in America, unfortunately, I don't think it's all. Obviously, I don't think it's a majority. I don't know the statistics right now. But it's like a collaborative effort where there's enough people in support, and then you see, the great Satan America supporting this, enough Jewish people in America supporting this. You see Israel constantly displacing your people, raping your people, like all of this horrendous shit.
Yeah, of course.
I guess what I'm saying is, it feels like I'm trying to hit a balance where, like, in a way, I don't know if I even necessarily fully, like, I kind of see what Hassan's arguing here. Hassan argues that no people are monolithic, but if it becomes such an overwhelming amount of people, like the vast majority, it's going to feel like that to the oppressed, that it's a monolithic, it's like a monolithic force. Like white supremacy is like a monolithic force in the way it functions in America. Like just the Trump administration, for example, is just like, that alone just clears it, So
yeah, I mean, maybe they're talking past each other to a small degree. I mean, and what I mean by that is that, like, depending on your point of view, certain aspects of this can be rational or irrational. I mean, at the end of the day, it is not a rational thing, in my opinion, to hate an entire group because of like, just the fact that there happens to be a lot of people who correspond to that group who did a terrible thing.
Sure, yeah.
But it's rational in the sense that, and as I'm saying this, I don't necessarily think I'm kind of communicating this spectacularly, but I think that there is something understandable about, just you can understand how people can, like, make a bad call. Maybe that's not the best way to put it. Again, like yeah, I mean, you know what? I'll let you talk, and maybe I can formulate that like a little bit better. But I like it's understandable that people who have that sort of like lived experience would walk away with something like that, and we don't want that to be the case. And I also think that it's you know, I think we're kind of overstating the number of people that do this, period. But and I guess maybe there's one other thing that I want to say about this that like I think is important, which is just, I mean, maybe it's obvious, but like if we were using an example that was not as just charged in that, you know, obviously the Jews are a classically oppressed people, and just their connection to World War II, all these things make that example just more it makes it more of like a hot button topic that like we're all very sensitive to. But if you just take like, you know, if you use any group like Swedish people, fucking people from Finland, what the fuck ever, there's not, you know, the Swedes are kind of not that controversial of people, at least within the past 100 years. But if like the Swedes suddenly like took over like some other country and, you know, did everything that Israelis did, and you know, just set up apartheid and threw people in camp in like jails for throwing pebbles and you know, the whole 9 yards. They committed like a genocide. We know that there would be, as a matter of fact, my last name is Swedish. My dad, who is not actually my biological father, who I haven't known that well. This is getting into like a lot of stuff I maybe you didn't think we'd get into, but like, you know, I'm somewhat Swedish, and I would be opposed to that. And just I mean, like just the point is that, like, of course I would expect if Swedes were doing that, I would expect the majority of the world to be really fucking pissed off at Swedish people. And I don't think that like, you know, there would be a like any sort of hatred that popped up against Swedes in general, like the, you know, that extended past the Swedish people who are actually committing it, and, you know, and was directed towards Swedish people who had nothing to do with it. Like, I think we could all see how that would probably happen, and how like it would be logical for people to just to hate, even though that it wasn't, you know, it even though that they shouldn't be blamed. So
I guess what I'm supposing here is, like, part of what I agree with Norm's argument in a way is there's like a rational, it's going to sound like insanely like sanitizing of Fuentes in a way when I say it like this, but like Fuentes like says something that it's like, well, I think everyone kind of like fundamentally to their core kind of understands this, that like everyone has like everyone has different like cultures and shit. Like every like group has different cultures. Like we all have different like backgrounds and different ways of living our life or whatever. And there's certain patterns, negative and positive, to like each culture and each like group of people to some degree. But like it's rational to have some sort of like understanding of like, oh, I could see how like this kind of specific person might interact in this way. The irrational part is making like heavy negative connotations of, well, therefore this person is lesser. Therefore this person is going to interact in the worst way possible. I'm going to perceive this person as the worst way, the worst kind of, and all these group of people, because of the negative traits, that they're all going to fundamentally be worthy of like being lesser or something like that. That's the more irrational part of the brain. Like it's easy, like everyone can like make certain like observations of patterns of behavior, or like even judgments, or like dislikes and likes of like certain like qualities of every culture or every subculture in it and stuff like that. Like it's kind of understandable. Like that's a human thing to do.
Sure.
But the irrational part is like taking that to the next level of like, well, therefore, like we cannot ever like fundamentally work. We can't be a melting pot at all. It just doesn't translate at all, you know? But like that's an irrational argument, because humans are always going to have conflict with one another in one way, shape, or form, like interpersonally.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, I lost it, the train of thought a little bit at the end there. But when you say, can you just repeat the last part about? I
suppose what I'm saying is like human conflict is like always going to be something that happens, like, and to chalk it up to like this group of people is the problem for A, B, and C, or we can never like be a melting pot because of like we're just too different. Like it just doesn't fundamentally work at all as an argument. It's irrational.
Right. Which I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. You're not saying that I mean, certainly, what's his face? Finkelstein was not suggesting that. You're saying like he.
What Finkelstein is saying. What Finkelstein is saying, if enough of a pattern of behavior happens, if enough of a society all collectively agrees that we need to further dehumanize the oppressed and then take their land, like,
yeah.
It's perfectly rational that the oppressed would view the oppressors as subhuman and disgusting. Their society in and of itself.
I think he means rational in the sense that you can understand how people would come to that conclusion, or that is kind of a decision that they would make. They would sort of just choose to hate those people, or that like maybe not even choose, like they would reflexively hate those people.
The problem is staring into the abyss and becoming the abyss. That's the
right.
problem.
I think just the thing may be that people are assuming that, and maybe some of these people are kind of bad faith actors, but I think some people are interpreting it's the words like logical or understandable thing, you know, in terms of like these.
Can I put it this way?
I'm sorry. I think I know I'm like having a difficulty here, but I think I can articulate this.
No, you're good.
I think that maybe people are mistaking when he says that this is like a logical, understandable thing for this is like a good thing, or a thing that we should like that people should have that reaction. That's not the implication that you know, he even says, like, you know, if he could have talked his parents out of the hatred that they happen to have, he would have, but he knew that he could not, and he didn't bother doing so because like he just understood that it was again like a rational reaction that they had given their lived experience. Yeah. So I mean I think that he would probably also say that and probably knew many cases himself of people who either had that experience and did not walk away feeling that way, or over time could kind of shed those things. Like, I don't think that he thinks that like people are going to have those feelings in perpetuity, or that we should reward people for having those reactions. But it's just sort of like, if people are traumatized, it's like, you know, it's probably the one time where I think as people we shouldn't necessarily, like, I don't know, cancel them for being, I mean, it's such a weird fucking thing to say because I haven't had an experience like that, but it's like, I don't know, if you're talking about like South Africa, for instance,
Sure, yeah.
that's another, like, people who in general, the depending on who you're talking to, the level of hatred that South African people had and continue to have, again, according to who you're talking to, can be vastly overstated. But then some people can understate that level too. Like they're, especially like right at the end of apartheid, there was a decent amount of anti-white hatred, and Jesus Christ, like, I mean, like, I just feel like an asshole trying to like debate bro someone like that, you know, trying to tell them like, oh, not all white people.
I guess what I'm saying is, I think what Hassan does here, and I understand and I agree with the overall intention, the good motivations here, like the good intentions of this.
Yeah.
Is it does feel like if you can't properly convey like our current circumstances, and I think most times he does, to be fair, but like in the way that like Finkelstein is, like, I think you need to be a little bit more brutally honest about the moment. It's like if you were to say, like, back during like the slavery times or whatever, it's just like, well, not all white people, you know? And it's like, yeah, that's true. But it's like, it does feel like this is probably not the argument to have at this point. You know what I mean? At a certain point. Like,
yeah, I mean,
I don't know. Like, as personal preference, I guess, in terms of like where we're at, especially as it affects America more and more. And like, I don't want it to slip into, obviously, you know, so therefore all Jews are the problem, right? Clearly not. I don't want that. Like, when it needs to be conveyed, absolutely convey, like, we're not on the same team. Like, I'm not dealing with the anti-Semite, yeah, but like,
yeah,
I don't know. I think we need to be a little bit more frank about it.
I think in general, Hassan makes excellent arguments.
Sure, yeah.
And cites, you know, really good examples usually.
Because I would never argue with somebody
in order to substantiate the fact that the overwhelming majority of the pro-Palestine movement is not remotely anti-Semitic, and so I don't know if there was like some part. I mean, honestly, it sounds to me, I mean, maybe like are you basing this on a clip that you actually watched?
No, I'm just reading. I'm just reading based off like how it's like described so far. I haven't watched the interview.
Okay,
so, like, I'm not saying Hassan did anything egregious here or anything like that. I'm just like, I think respectfully, probably have a disagreement here in terms of. Yeah,
you definitely need to watch the relevant. I mean,
of course, yeah. I mean, yeah.
You definitely need to know that because the thing is that, like, I mean, obviously, I'm sure this isn't lost on you. But it's like there are thousands, like literally thousands, maybe even, you know, if you count all the fucking bots, there are like tens of thousands at the very least of accounts on Twitter, for instance, that just are fucking bad faith.
No.
I'm interpret this stuff in the worst way possible.
Yeah,
and they will,
I want to be clear, Vadim. Can I be clear with you here?
Yeah.
I'm not reading this as like the worst thing from Hassan either. It's like a respectful disagreement at worst. I'm just I think
right. But what I'm saying is that disagreement may not even be there if you watch the actual clip. You may watch the clip and you'll just be like, oh yeah, nothing was weird at all was going on here, and just people who are pro-Israel and or hate Hassan's guts are just taking like a.
I'm not. I'm going to be frank with you. I don't think I'm just like I'm not that invested in the Hassan part of it. Like I just want to talk about the actual thing that's being like disagreed with by both parties here.
Oh, okay.
More than like Hassan or Norm as people at this point. Like I suppose like what I'm saying is, it feels to me at this point, and it sounds like tasteless a little bit, but it almost feels like quibbling over it at this point feels like the same as quibbling over white supremacy nowadays, you know? As if you're like a white person and you're like, well, like if you like, well, not all white people, and it's like, yeah, we already know that, but like there's a fundamental structural systematic issue that needs to be addressed. Like it's a societal issue, and even if it's not like something that you want, like it benefits you as a white person, and you should probably be doing more than what you are, right? Like that's kind of like what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Sure. I mean, I think at the end of the day, it's like that this conversation is probably being driven by like I understand that like you're talking about it to kind of understand it on your own terms.
Sure, yeah.
But it's also important to kind of just recognize that when topics or conversations like are forced into the public square because bad faith actors are trying to like take advantage of the moment and portray things in a very particular way.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
But yeah, it also makes me think a little bit of Malcolm X, who is someone who I like within like the past few years, I've actually like wanted. I think at some point I want to read his autobiography. I've heard it's incredible, and it kind of but he's someone who I'd like to understand more about, and he is someone who or just not only him, but kind of like the movement that he was a part of at the time. Gosh, maybe I shouldn't have brought him up because again, like I'm not an expert on the guy, but he like basically he had different kind of points in his life that like I think as he got older and older, he became more accepting of kind of integrating things, but he at a certain point was very like he was very adamant that he felt that Black people and white people, even though that they should be afforded the same rights, that they should kind of that there should be somewhat of like a segregation, and the thing is that like what I'm trying to say here is that when you hear him speak about these things, he actually like makes excellent points as to why that should be. And he, the reason why he was doing that at the time was because he was correct. The overwhelming majority of the white population was just really holding back, or not even holding back, but just oppressing Black people. And I guess what I'm saying is that like I mean I do not want to make it sound like that is something that I think society should actually do in any circumstances. I guess I'm just saying that like he's another person who kind of puts the best faith and kind of like the best arguments forward for doing that in close to times when people have actually like been traumatized by an oppressor. So I don't know, maybe I'm not going anywhere with that, but like yeah, I'm a little, you know what, I think I need to get going in a sec because I'm really fucking hungry.
No, you're good. Can I ask you one more thing? It's not about the topic I just
But
want to
yeah.
ask you your thoughts on Ethan lying about IDubbbz's lawsuit then.
Oh my God, that is so disgusting. I just saw that on like I just saw it, and that is just.
It's not surprising. Somehow
it's not surprising. It's like almost like
it's like why.
Well, it is like lying. It is a lie.
I mean, like it's. I was saying, it's like why? Why would you do this? Like it.
Oh yeah. I mean, there are some days where it just feels like Ethan is patterning himself after like just a fucking like comic book villain. It's so it's so transparently douchey and shitty. And it's the sort of thing that I would think that most people, even if they really wanted to do it, they wouldn't do it because they would know that it just like in terms of like optics made them look like the biggest piece of shit ever.
I think all he said was like ruin his reputation more, and it's like I was thinking to myself, I was like, I think he's just going YOLO. My reputation's already ruined. I might as well do this out of spite anyway. It's like holding the grudge, poisoning yourself anyway, because at least it's going to hurt this other person that I really hate. Like I just it's like and fuck it, I guess.
Yeah, and it would be like one thing if there was any like there's not even like a sliver of righteousness to the to the reason why he's suing him. So like I guess what I'm saying is that like I could almost understand doing that if there was some sort of like justification that you could make for doing that, but you had like fucking ginormous pieces of shit like that legal what's his name
legal
not legal eagle. I'm talking about the lawyers that are on the
I'm blanking on the name. I can't believe I'm blanking on the name too.
That one guy who like lives
there's
in
like
Thailand.
An Asian dude. He's like Lus or something.
Yeah, there's LUS, and then there's another guy who has like a like kind of like a lazy eye, and he lives in Thailand because he like that guy that Legal Mindset, that's his name, right? It's Legal Mindset.
Dude, that guy looks like a goof now after it was said. It's crazy. What a unfortunate circumstances.
But even fucking Legal Mindset, who his career, if you want to call it that, kind of revolves around making people like Ethan Klein look in the right and whatnot. Even he said about the IDubbbz thing that he thought that was like stupid and ridiculous. So
a lot of them are kind of slinking away and casually taking the L in such a way where it's like, oh, I didn't just promote all this. I didn't just encourage this. What was that Papa Gut dude? He was like slinking away. He's like, well, I can't support this anymore.
Papa Gut, I will say, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not like really giving him props here, but I watched a little bit of his thing and I was actually surprised at how, at how he handled it. Like I had to give him some.
It's very professional way of handling it. Of like, I'm not on board for any of this anymore. But it's like in such a way where it's like it's actually kind of slick, where it's like, well, there's like the stopping point, right? I think he finds the stopping point, and he's like, well, I'm not on board for this. And then it's like slowly but surely, he's just kind of like he's not immediately like backtracking every take, but he's kind of like not really super defensive of it anymore,
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I think that guy was a real piece of shit for doing and saying like a lot of the things that he did, and also a fucking moron. But the like basically like when I saw the clips that I did with Papa Gut, he actually did go the extra step, and he kind of like he was not just saying things to the effect of like, yeah, I think that Ethan is a little bit in the wrong here, and I can't. He actually like went the next step to like saying like, well, dude, all you're doing is fucking talking about Israel like 24/7, and how can you expect people to not like perceive you this way? And like there was just something like a little bit above and beyond what I think most pieces of shit are probably saying.
It's a bit more self-aware. I think he was always self-aware of this, but it's like, you know, you benefit off of this. You go down this road, it's like, I benefit off of this, and only until it's like, I absolutely need to like leave the sinking ship. That like, it's like, okay, like this is, you know, here's my actual position, and you just like kind of like, you know, let it go after that point. You just like slink away.
Sure. I'll tell you something, and I'm not going to be like I'm not going to name names, but I promise you that there are going to be some videos that will be coming out in the coming months, and I'm not talking about myself. I mean, yes, I have things in the works, and I mean, I guess to some degree, I'm like kind of referencing myself, but there are some videos from some pretty like well established people who are going to be litigating the specific role that people like Papa Gut, Nick Diorio, all those, you know, the all the other slimy pieces of shit who you know, mostly in the not so much in the, I mean, yes, in the political space, but the what do you call it, the there's a term for certain types of YouTubers, like drama YouTubers and whatnot.
Who commentary-esque kind of.
Commentary YouTubers. That's it.
It's like technically I like fit in that like kind of like notion of like the way I do my streams is like, it is sometimes I will just focus on strictly politics, but like a lot of it I try to filter in like a drama aspect, because, you know, believe it or not, like I think I did like one stream where it's strictly just going over every bad thing the Trump administration has been doing, and it made me like go doomer mode for like the rest of the week. And it's like, you know, it's like I feel like I kind of, even for my own mental health, need to like have some sort of like balance of like goofy, like eccentric, stupid content creators to make fun of it, to balance it out and make me feel a little bit better. It doesn't help that much, but still, it's something.
Oh yeah, no, nothing's more black pilling in this world than fucking politics, especially in 2026. Are you kidding me?
Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, I just, to finish what I was saying about the Ethan thing, like, yeah, it's totally fucked up. It makes me scared because I am, like I said, working on my own videos, and of course getting sued is a fear of mine with all of this. But then also, it's not only a fear, but it's also simultaneously a motivation, because I'm like so pissed off at how all of this has gone down. And also I'm pissed off that more people of consequence have not spoken up on it. You know, like I think that I think that it's not a and I actually just realizing this in my head right now, I think it's not a coincidence that fucking Ethan Klein dropped, or, you know, acted like he was dropping the suit right around the time that who is it, that Penguin guy. I don't watch a lot of these people that people
talking about J-Stock.
No, I'm not talking about J-Stock. I'm talking about that YouTube. He's a wildly successful YouTuber who is a
Moist Critical. Yeah,
Moist Critical. Right? Isn't the name of his
it's like Penguin
channel
Zero or something? I thought J-Stock first because of his avatar, but yeah, it makes sense.
Right. Oh, right. Yes, I forgot about that. Yeah, I mean, like Ethan relented, and like, because like that dude made a video about I mean, what was it? The iDubbbz situation, or it was?
Yeah, it was strictly the iDubbbz situation.
Right. And just I'm like honestly a big, and I think I know why he hasn't done it, but a big disappointment for me has been Philly D, because I think Philly D is actually like a pretty mature, good guy. From from what I could be wrong about that. Like again, like I don't watch.
I think the only thing I can say in defense of Philly D is every time I watch his channel, at least, it feels like he kind of gives like the story and he doesn't actually give his opinion. That's the only thing I can think of where it's like, I kind of see why he doesn't really speak up, you know?
Well, he actually did have, he did make a video recently where he said something to the effect of, just generally in terms of like his coverage, I think he literally said something to the effect of like, you know, for many years I like tried to kind of both sides things, and we're going to be doing a little bit less of that now. And he actually has a really great podcast with, I forget he has a co-host who is very, very left wing. This guy is at least like progressive, if not like, you know, kind of very close to, you know, like Hassan's politics or whatever. Very, very funny guy. So he like Philly D is, on the side doing all this like politically charged material. But really this is the reason why I'm disappointed. It's that, like, you know, obviously he was the one who discussed, like he was the primary person who let everyone know about the Matt Haas situation. You know, when Ethan was being sued back in the day in like 2014 or whenever that was, he was the one who let the world know about it, and he was the one who set up Ethan Klein's legal the GoFundMe and whatnot. And to be honest, like, I mean, Ethan would have been a somewhat successful YouTuber, but I truly do not think that Ethan Klein would have hundreds of millions. Like, he would not have a mini empire if it was not for specifically Philly D doing that, right?
Okay.
And
I think that
Philly D has almost an obligation in a way to talk about this, because you know, like, this is something that I thought for a while. But however, I will say this: I think I know the reason why he does not do it, and it's because a lot of people don't know this, but did you know that his wife is a politician now?
Oh yeah, I heard. I didn't know she was a politician. I heard something about that. She expressed some like disagreement, some sentiment against Ethan. I vaguely heard something about that.
I believe she did, and I think it was very vague. I think it was like as small as like liking an Instagram post that you know, and she got like a lot of flack for that. And it's no secret that Ethan's that Ethan's community has many times just lashed out at Philly D. And I forget exactly, like, I guess I could look it up right now. I'm kind of like, I guess that would be like a pain in the ass, but she is a politician. She is someone who is actually like gaining headway in her career. And I think it's that he does not want to put her at risk of, like, you know, of the any blowback that would occur with him, of it, like, you know, kind of just like fucking up her career
Zoo Phillips
in any
says,
way.
Sue Phillips in chat says Ethan was famous before he did anything political. I find this whole story sus to be fair. I think like Vadim is like suggesting that there was like a boost in one way, shape, or form.
No. Like they're wrong. He was famous, but I mean, are you saying before the Matt Haas thing? Before the
I don't know if that's what Sue Phillips is saying.
Because
I'm just reading his comment.
Okay,
but, like,
I thought she was saying that he was famous before the the big court case that he had that made him. He had like 100,000. He had a few 100,000 subscribers at that point, and literally, I mean, I think maybe he was at around like 500,000, and after about 3 years of doing YouTube, and then the court case came along, and by the end of the year they had over 1 million subscribers. So like that just kind of kicked him into the stratosphere.
Gotcha.
So
there's like YouTube,
I know that for
prominence, and then there's like stratosphere, like we're past that threshold. Okay.
Yeah, from that point on, he was just kind of like unstoppable. Like he like I said, he got like 1 million subscribers within like 6 months of that court case becoming a thing. And then after less than a year after hitting 1 million, he hit 2 million, and that's when they started the Ethan and Gila channel, which is now just Gila Klein, but that was also massively big. So that just like really set them up for this like this crazy trajectory. And I'm not saying that like people that when I say that Philly D did all of that, I'm not saying that like people were like, oh wow, Philly D is I'm not saying that like I mean, really just what I'm saying is that Philly D was the person who like really let everyone know, holy shit, everyone, this thing is going on. This is terrible. This is like a threat to freedom of speech, and we have to support this. Yeah. And like, it really did change things. I mean, yeah, I guess you could say that that probably the same would have happened if he didn't step in, but that was like a major thing that like just kind of having someone with the guts to do that. And of course he was an incredibly influential guy, Philly D himself. And if you look, because I know all this because I've done the research for work that I'm working on, and I may be discussing all this stuff within videos, but like I just think that this is a funny thing. I maybe it's a like slightly off topic, but one thing that really pisses me off is that many times in the early stages of the cases that the suits that he had against Denims and Casey Tron and Frogan, both he and his like supporters would often knock those three women, saying that like they were getting very little contributions, and just kind of knocking them for not having a lot of support in general. But if you look at the contributions that he got, they raised like I think close to like $175,000, maybe more after time. But the overwhelming majority of the contributions that they got were very large contributions from big YouTubers, people like Boogie and Smosh and just all the big guys at the time. Many of them, like even Leafy is here gave like I think like $5,000, and so my point is that they actually got those three women received way more money in terms of like small individual contributions than and that's not to say that, like, you know, H3 did not get a decent amount of money from regular people. I'm sure he did, but just this idea that like nobody gave a shit about them and whatnot is just very contrived. And actually, you know, if you really are judging on that basis, Ethan Klein did worse than those three, which I think is interesting. Anyway, so yeah, man, I do need to get going in a sec. But any last? Is that it? Is there any last?
I was going to ask. Obviously, this wasn't going to turn into a deeper conversation or whatever. Just a yes or no. Did you watch Brand New Day, the new Spider-Man film?
No, I have not.
All right.
And would you recommend it?
I highly recommend it, but I'm a little surprised, given the reviews and my positive sentiments. What I watched, it felt like a Raimi Spider-Man 2 level movie, personally.
Really?
But some people are like, "Oh, it's a 2 out of 10. It's a 4 out of 10," and I'm like, well, I guess it's really hard to please people anymore. I don't know. It felt weird to see those reactions, but yeah.
I have not seen it. I did watch Supergirl a couple of days ago.
Unfortunately, not that good, but you know,
it sucked. I have to say, I like. Obviously, or maybe it's not obvious, but like I think that Millie Alcock, I'm fine visually with that casting. Like, you know, you had all these chuds who were like, oh my god, she looks like a Cro-Magnon or whatever the fuck. But I did actually think that she was a bad casting choice, not because of her looks, but because she's a very good actress, but she's just not funny, you know. Like she can be funny if like it's like written into the script, but she's not the kind of actress who, like, you know, like somebody who just is like a gifted comedic improviser.
I suppose.
And they made this like character and this world that was like just trying to do the whole James Gunn kind of Guardians of the Galaxy quirky thing. And I think they should have cast someone who was just a primarily like a comedic actress. You know who I think would have been fucking great? And she's also someone who, like, again, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that I think Millie Alcock is cute. Like, she's like unconventional though, so I can see like why these fucking dipshit, you know, Cro-Magnon chuds are saying this, like what they say about her. But do you know who Rachel Sennott is? She was in Bottoms, and she's like this, like she's this hilarious actress who
how do you spell? Wait, never mind. I got it.
Sennot.
Oh,
she's
wait.
Yeah.
Okay. I can kind of see this.
I think she would have been fucking hilarious because and I think they should have gone like even further into like kind of making her sort of you know, like a just in the beginning of the film, like just like sort of like I think of like the Charlie XCX Brat album, like, you know, just kind of like that, like just like a maybe even does like blow at like clubs and shit.
I remember seeing her in Bodies. I don't think I've seen any of these other ones that she's in, as far as I remember.
Yeah, she's good in. She's good in everything she does. Okay. That might be the like a role where you can see even like less of her comedic chops than usual. Okay. But somebody like that who just you know who is capable of like improvising really funny lines, I think that would have like, because you just needed somebody who was like a comedic powerhouse
I
in
think
that role. But
to be fair to Millie, I think it's primarily just that the writing is just not that great. It's like pretty mediocre for the most
yeah.
part.
Oh
I think
no,
it's
no, no,
primarily
no, no, no.
that more than anything.
That is the main problem. But I'm just saying that having someone who was like a comedic actress would have elevated it even more. And
But does it like
but,
need to be like
yeah.
a comedy either? That's the other thing. Is like I think not to be like a comic purist guy because I barely read most of these comics in the first place. But if you're adapting the story, from what I can garner, it's a very bright and colorful story, but it's like dark in tone in terms of like it takes itself seriously, and there's not very many jokes in the actual story. So I don't know if it had to be like super comedic in a lot of places, personally.
Well, I mean, I don't think it had to be, but that's what they were going for. I mean, like
I agree. Yeah.
there was so much quirk in it, and like to me, it was pretty obvious. I mean, you know, obviously, it came from the James Gunn Superman, and it's like sort of the James Gunn world, and all of James Gunn's movies have been hilarious. You know, like or maybe not. Maybe there's been like one or two that like kind of you know wasn't
Guardians
as good as the other.
2
Like
hits a line where it becomes a little corny in places, but I think most of the humor is pretty well done. There's places where it becomes his worst humor in terms of like actual execution, but
I mean, to me, I mean, there were so many things that were wrong with Supergirl, but and you know, primarily it is the writing, but I think that like if the movie was as funny as it wanted to be, it would have just worked. And part of doing that would have been like getting a better, just again, Millie Alcock is an excellent actress, and she's not bad doing it. It's just a matter of like, you know, Millie Alcock is never going to be like cast on Saturday Night Live. Not that Saturday Night Live is like the, you know, the best type of comedy, but like you understand what I'm saying when I use that.
It would never be like the intent of like this is a comedic, like perfect comedic role, like actress or.
To me, that's like that's what she was. That's what I think they set her up to be in the Superman movie. Like when you see her in Superman,
I think she did that. Scene very well. It was really
she does do that well. And so like don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that she is incapable of being funny, because if you're a good actress or you know actor, you're like if you have good material, you're going to be funny, because just kind of if the writing's there and you are committing properly, it's sort of like science. It's like you're going to get the laughs. But to me, a comedic actress is someone who like can make shitty material funny, and or you know often will do that, and that's so they didn't have someone like that in the role, and I think that's why you know I feel like she was not a good casting choice for that role. Anyway, I'm gonna get going. I'm sure I'm boring you with
questions.
my Supergirl takes. But yeah, have a good one, man. Okay.
All right, have a good one.
Later. Bye.
SK is doing like a disagreement day, and I'm debating whether or not I want to show up on disagreement day. He said it's like a 2 out of 10. Parry told me he said it was like a 2 out of 10. Listen, I get 6 out of 10. I get Queeman's perspective of like this is. You've been around the block. You've seen some of these tropes, some of these. You feel a little tired out. Maybe it's not as executed as you want it to be. Maybe some of it's a little bit too predictable. I forgot to ask this to Parry too. I should have probably asked this, but it also feels like a potential problem could be how much did you know before going into this film? How much information were you picking up that was like all over the tabloids about like anything? I don't know if Parry, exactly pays attention or Queeman pays attention to this stuff, but I'd have to imagine they do to some extent. Like they probably pick it up from like Twitter alone, like the rumor mill, but also like the very, very insecure marketing of the film and like clip after clip after clip after clip. Like, I wonder if like the movie would have had more impact for people if like there was like bits and pieces that were not like just out in the open for people to have conversations around. You know, it's like Doomsday, where it's like everyone's like, it's like a very divisive like conversation to have about Doomsday, where like Doomsday, like a lot of people are very pessimistic about like the quality that it's going to have. But I wonder if a lot of people went in not fully blind, but with like a lot less knowledge of like what the movie's going to have in store for you. I wonder if people would be able to like take that first viewing experience and like really absorb it in a way where it's like less cynical. Does this make sense? I feel like it would be like a less cynical, like you kind of get tired out. You know what I mean? Like, I guess I'm able to sort of do this where like I absorb, like this is like part of the annoyance of like, yeah, I'm paying attention, but it's like, how is all of this getting revealed so quickly, like to such an extent? And why are we marketing this movie so insecurely to the point where it feels like you're seeing like some of the moments that you feel like you should see in theaters, you know? And it's like taking away some of the experience. Like maybe some of this would be absorbed less cynically. And I feel like YouTubers like SK or Mauler, like there's or CinemaSins, it's like there's a way of like criticizing films where like even when you do the nitpicks, it can be for fun, but then it feels like some of like the point and how they absorb movies, even if it's just cynically for their own channel, it feels like what ends up happening is they take the nitpick approach and they go so far in where, where it actually becomes how they view media in of itself, and it ruins media in a way. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it becomes like they overthink things, and it's like sometimes you have to just kind of realize that movies are not going to be perfect. Even your favorite movies of all time are obviously not going to be perfect. But it feels like we have like such higher expectations than we should have at times. And this is not me saying like, you should have lower expectations. You should never criticize, you know, A, B, and C movie or whatever. Like, you should never criticize this. You should never criticize. Like, I don't like begrudge anyone for like not liking Brand New Day. But it does feel like it's like, oh, okay, if we're actually unironically giving like this movie like a 2 out of 10, it's like, really? Is it really that bad? Or did you just go into this like with the like most cynical approach possible? I don't know what it is. Like, it's one thing where it's like, I can criticize this. I can explain what things I don't like about the film. But is it really that bad? Are we actually analyzing this in a way that like is like fair? Maybe, I don't know. I ponder on stuff like that. And I've been pondering on stuff like this. Like, if Spider-Man 2 came out nowadays, if the Raimi trilogy, let's be honest, guys. If the Raimi trilogy came out nowadays, would we really be talking about them as highly as we do? Like, is the nostalgia factor of how we think of the Raimi films, would we actually be like talking about the quality as if it's like god tier movies necessarily, like pitch perfect movies? I don't know if we would, you know? I just ponder on this. I'm not trying to be like a total asshole and say like that, like these YouTubers don't serve their own purpose or whatever, but it does feel like we like lose track a little bit of like finding enjoyment in movies or TV shows, like where we absorb it so much that it becomes like, well, like I've like found logic holes or writing holes in this and this and this and this and this and this, and it feels like you're asking for literal perfection almost. It's like, I know you don't realistically think that like these movies or TV shows are going to be perfect. Absolutely, no one. But like, you're treating it as if it should be. Does this make sense? I think what I'm saying makes sense. I think it's fair. Queenman also mentioned the games a lot. Yeah, I suppose. Spider-Man is my favorite hero. Conceptually, Spider-Sense is one of the coolest powers ever. It makes me sad. I have, no desire to even see the movie, and everyone saying it is bad killed any possibility. No, don't listen to all the negative reception. Trust me, it's not bad. It's not near as bad as people say it is. And the Rotten Tomato reviews give you an estimate of like most people's general like experience. And obviously, like, Rotten Tomatoes is not going to tell you the end all be all of how like people are going to perceive this movie, even in the eventual future, as people reflect on it. Wait, what is the percentage thing? But like, I think we lose the plot a little bit when we go so far, and it's like, this movie's as bad as The Room, or like it's like some of the worst pieces of garbage you like ever put to film. You know, like when we're going unironic like takes of like, where are we at? 92% Rotten Tomato score. Like a lot of people like have had like generally positive sentiments about the film. Very, very positive sentiments. So like don't feel like you should not see the movie because Glup Shido number 7 said like that this movie sucked or whatever. Like, I'm sure I'll watch it in 6 months and be pleasantly surprised. I hate Mahler. He believes the dumb shit he says, and I hate that. When Mahler talks, it sounds like he's repeating something his dad said, but he doesn't understand.
Oh, I guess I'll just comment on this because I see iDub said I am not dropping the lawsuit, and well, listen, it's a bunch of technical bullshit. It's just we're in negotiating the terms of the settlement still, and there.
So you didn't drop the lawsuit. You're talking about settlements. That's not dropping the lawsuit. You fucking loser.
Oh, listen, it's a bunch of technical bullshit. It's just we're in negotiating the terms of the settlement still, and there. That's it. I don't know. It's what it is.
This guy's fucking filth. You can't even just like stand on fucking business and say, yeah, I'm still suing this guy. I changed my fucking mind.
You know what I mean? We're negotiating the terms of the it's a meeting about the settlement. That's it. That's all it is. Right? So.
Absolute fucking loser.
Ever.
Fucking Weasley, cowardly, pussy fucking loser. Negotiating a settlement is not dropping the lawsuit. So even just lied to it and he said he was dropping the lawsuit. How many times can this guy just lie to his audience and his peers and get away with it? You can't keep getting away with it! You can't keep getting away with it. Dude, I saw this and I feel like it's like that too woke moment. It's like I'm having a too woke moment where it's like a real man, by the way, and it's like I immediately when I watched this I was like, this was pathetic. Dean Withers is fucking pathetic. Is it Dean Parker or Dean? Who cares? Who cares what his fucking name is?
Are trans women?
Hold on, can we? I want to let the meme music play along with the video.
Yes. Would you marry a trans woman?
No, because my girlfriend is not a trans woman, and I'd only marry my girlfriend.
So fucking pussy. Just answer the question. Did you have breakfast this morning? Did you have breakfast this morning? How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning? Yeah, that's like the proper thing. How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning?
Dude, if you were single, let's say it that way.
I'm sorry, that's literally logically impossible.
It's so cowardly because you want to present like two different like ideas of yourself. You want to say, I would never have sex with a trans woman. I'm not gay. I'm not gay. It's okay if you're gay, but I'm not gay. That's the approach. You never want to like, you're trying to like get around saying something like similar to that, or even like being perceived as similar to that. So it comes off as cowardly here. And he's like, so it's logically impossible. I'm married. I like in another universe where I'm single. That's not possible. It's logically impossible. It doesn't logically follow through.
Sorry, I couldn't even imagine a hypothetical.
So fucking like, and he thinks he's like winning here. That's the most embarrassing part about this.
Where I live without my girlfriend.
Bro, come on. Okay, before you met your girlfriend, would you?
Before I met my girlfriend, there was no before I met my girlfriend.
It's so cringe.
Girlfriend.
Why is this constructed as if this is a W? This is not a W. This is not a W. This is like unironically kind of like low-key transphobia too. Like it's kind of like, it's like subtle transphobia where it's like, it would be embarrassing if I ever said I would marry a trans woman. It would be embarrassing if I ever said I would have sex with a trans woman. It would be embarrassing. I can't find myself in this. So like, therefore, I'm going to try to show my support that trans women are women, but also never really follow through on this because I won't answer the question honestly because I love my girlfriend. Hiding behind your fucking girlfriend, you fucking loser.
Are trans women women?
Yes.
Would you marry a trans woman?
But also, no one is forcing you to, if you're not, listen, if generally speaking, for whatever reason, trans women are not your preference, most times, or you have like certain goals that you want fulfilled. You want to have like children, stuff like that. The other version is as simple as this, and you don't even have to like. It doesn't even have to be like embarrassing to say it like this.
Are trans women women?
Yes.
Would you marry a trans woman?
No.
No. You could just say. You could just say no. You can just say. You can just say no. It's not hard. It's not.
Are
hard.
trans women?
It's not hard. Yes, I'm very inclusive. Love is love. My opinion on trans people. Well, I support gay rights. It's like, dude. Would you marry a trans woman? I'm happily taken by my girlfriend. And if she were trans, that would not affect my love for her. Yeah, you could also say that too. You could also say that. If my girlfriend was trans, yes. Have I told you about my girlfriend? Oh my God. And if someone were to ask me, would you marry a trans woman? It's yes, I would. Yes. 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 Yes, I would. Yes, I would. Yes. Yes, I would actually. Ethan fans can't call Ethan honest. I think you put too much weight on people's opinions about movies. I think most people feel about most movies the same way you feel about Inception. No, I don't. It's not that I put too much weight on. I put weight onto how people approach their opinions on anything, really, but like art especially. Like, I think if you do this annoying fucking like Spurg fucking over-analyzing and overthinking every single fucking detail of a movie to an nth degree, where to unironically, like, you can look at, like, I don't want to say Brand New, because Brand New Day is not necessarily a near-perfect movie. Obviously, I think in time, I could be dwindled down to saying, like, well, it's flawed enough to where, like, maybe after being high about the movie, like, I could notch it down, like, you know, to an 8 out of 10 or a 7 out of 10 or something like that, realistically, right? But like, I think if like you overanalyze something to like such an nth degree where like you're unironically calling something that's like generally at worst, I think probably like an average movie to like a 1 out of 10 or a 2 out of 10. I don't know, man. Like I think we're going like past the threshold of like pathetic. I do think it is kind of pathetic. I do think it is kind of fucking like lame. It is a little lame. It is a little lame. I don't know. It is a little like, it's like, we're doing a little bit too much, man. Like, there are movies that like I think are on a technical level amazing. But like, I just don't enjoy them. What is it? The first Blade Runner is literally that. I think it's too fucking boring, personally. I'm just not invested in the characters. I'm sorry, I'm just not. The aesthetic's kind of cool, right? But it's not enough to warrant it. Like, I don't know, it's like shot well, it's, you know, edited well. I understand the message and themes that it wants to convey. I think it's all technically well done and everything. It's just like, I'm not invested. I'm not just in it, you know? Like, here's another thing, like Tenet is a technical like achievement in a lot of ways. I think it's really technically well made, but I don't think it's a very good story overall. And I don't think the characters are very interesting. I don't think they're very like memorable. On a technical level, Tenet is a better film than The Room, right? But like, I enjoy The Room so much more as an experience. I think there's like a distinction of the experience of art and indulging in art. And then like being this person who's like, well, like, you know, you shouldn't enjoy The Room more than Tenet or whatever because of A, B, and C reasons. And I think like to some extent, like some people like understand this just like me, but it's like, I don't know, like it feels like when you review, like when some people review movies, it's like, I don't know, we're just like going way too in depth to such a degree where it's like, damn, man, like, why don't you try to make a fucking film? Like sometimes I just think it's like, why don't you try to like actually do this? Like, not to be that guy, but like it is kind of like, holy shit, man. It's like it's not as easy as you fucking think. Even making a relatively like mediocre, not even mediocre, like a bad Spider-Man film, which I think Far From Home is actually, it takes a bit of work. Prestige is my favorite Nolan. Dunkirk is the best Nolan. See, like, and I even like, I think I need to rewatch Prestige. It's been a while, but like I can like disagree with that respectfully. But I can see, yeah, like see, like I understand that. I understand why that's like that can be somebody's take. What is it like? I think The Dark Knight is technically, for the most part. Well, no, it is my favorite of Nolan's films. Although I think Odyssey is probably pretty damn close. I actually might think about it more, and Odyssey might actually unironically be a better movie. The more I think about it, I think Odyssey is a better experience in some ways, but like The Dark Knight is like very well packaged. But there's like the Dark Knight does a lot of things that don't work for me as well as a Batman movie or as a movie. But like Heath Ledger does a lot of like work to like, carry the movie in terms of quality. Like in some aspects, like some of Batman Begins, I prefer. Does that make sense? Like there's some aspects of like the story and the narrative and the direction that like Batman goes. Like I've never been more invested with Batman in the Nolan films than I was personally with like the first one, I think. And then that's not I think he was still well written in the other two, but like I think they did a really good job. I think it's the better Batman film in some ways. But yeah, I don't know. It's just maybe this is just me. Maybe I'm cynical about people being overly nitpicky. It's like you look at CinemaSins and it's like it just feels grotesque, you know? I think people abuse it too much and it becomes like I have a very cynical read. It almost feels like I know like not every channel is actually doing this. I don't even actually believe SK is intentionally doing this, but it feels like grifting in a way. Even just the idea of this unironically holding the opinion of like, this is a 2 out of 10 movie. And it's like, I guess I got to hear like his thoughts to like really, like maybe there's like a reasonable argument to this, but it's like, holy shit, man, a 2 out of 10? Like, what the fuck is a good movie to you? Like, I don't know, man. Like what? Like, really? Like, okay, I suppose. Oh, is it still live? I don't hear any of his opinions.
That's agreement.
Oh shit!
No,
Well,
yeah, Bat Nick, what's a disagreement?
well, my bad, guys. I thought you guys were gonna disagree on that, but yeah, I guess we agree.
Yeah, we agree.
They're like talking
Okay.
about the well, not them in the YouTube video as far as I'm aware. And the chat, they're talking about like Hulk. How did Brand New Day handle Hulk worse than in Ragnarok? They both handled him poorly. I just don't understand how you come to opinions like this. In Ragnarok, he was handled pretty well. Brand New Day, he's handled really well. Endgame Hulk is like dog shit. Infinity War Hulk is like, you could argue Infinity War Hulk is kind of dog shit. Because it's like he gets his ass beat and he just like pussies out. When was the last time like I guess Hulk was really good to them? Is like Avengers? Age of Ultron? He's awesome in Age of Ultron and Avengers, and he's awesome. Honestly, the Incredible Hulk as the Hulk in of itself, the portrayal of Hulk is really, he's really good. I don't know, man. I have to hear some of these arguments. It's just like, I don't know, man. I knew a guy whose favorite movie ever was Blade Runner. When I finally watched it after knowing him for decades, I asked him if he thought Harrison Ford was an android. He said, "Why does that matter?" Oh my god.
84. I'm not sure actually, because I think in Wonder Woman 84 it's because in Wonder Woman 84 it's the main hero who does it. Like the main hero does it, so I think it's worse there.
Well, it's also implied they have sex. That's another thing. So.
Are they talking about Jean Grey taking over like MJ's mind? Or like the really cool thing that Jean Grey did?
So I do think it's worse in Wonder Woman 84.
Yeah, not even like a discussion, just obviously worse.
Here's £1 and
I don't want to assume, like, because I haven't heard. I don't want to assume their opinions, but is the criticism going to be something along the lines of Jean Grey did like this really irredeemable, disgusting thing by taking over MJ in that moment and kissing him, like it was SA? Or like, on the technical regard, is it SA? Yeah, I would say it's like SA, yeah.
I do want to comment on the last guy.
Are they gonna be like Jean Grey's like irredeemable or something like that after that? And that should have been highlighted more. I'm not sure.
That wasn't Batnick.
Or it's like Jean Grey shouldn't have done this. Like it just feels like you're making the character completely unlikable in a lot of ways, and it's like it's almost kind of the point, I suppose, is the cruelty of Jean Grey, like the dehumanization that Jean Grey has gone down towards, like the path that she's gone down towards, especially in order to, free her sister, right? Where she views like, because it is because she's been treated like shit, like mutants have been treated like shit. Her sister is basically like kidnapped at that point. She doesn't know that she's killed. It's like, yeah, like fuck all these people. Yeah. We talk about art a lot. I think you'd be a happier person if you stopped watching mainstream things. I don't think that's the case. Also, this is like a pretentious take. Like, low-key, this Azu Phillips is a pretentious take. You should watch more art house cinema or something like that. It's like, I just watch whatever looks like genuinely good. If it happens to be an art house film, it's I watch it. If it's like a mainstream product, then I'll watch it. It doesn't really matter to me. The best scene Hulk ever had was when he smashed Loki. That is one of the best scenes, to be honest.
I do want to say, I do think it's insane that he tried to tell us that Josh Whedon failed to understand the Hulk, not because of any meaningful characterization or storytelling, but because he lost a fight against like Iron Man or some shit. Like that.
Yeah, I don't
matters.
get that. My mind
Who
just
cares?
like checked out from there. Before we get to the next one, I do want to just read a few super chats that I've been missing. Are you ready for Spider-Man to be rebooted from Captain Beastwinger? Honestly,
It better be.
Yeah, like just reboot him at this point. Like he needs a reboot. Someone said, Michael said,
You ain't getting that reboot, bro. Those reviews are like staggeringly good. I just
hot take: the essay in Brand New Day is worse than the moment in Wonder Woman 84. I'm not sure actually, because I think in Wonder Woman 84 it's because yeah, in Wonder Woman 84 it's the main hero who does it. Like the main hero who does it.
Okay, gotcha.
So
they were like looking at a question, not a question, but like a statement, and the statement was, "Hot take: this essay moment was worse than this other essay moment," and it's like, okay, weird comparison to do in the first place, but I guess we're going to compare. Yes, technically the Wonder Woman one is like implied to be so much more worse. Yes, I agree.
I think it's worse there.
Well, it's also implied they have sex. That's another thing, too.
Yeah. So I do think it's worse in Wonder Woman 84.
Not even.
But like also like if I'm gonna be that guy, moments like that like really sell me more on like the villainous nature of like Jean Grey, and like sell me on like, oh, this is a great villain, that they're willing to do like incredibly cruel shit like this. Isn't that what you want in a villain? Is that just me? Like, don't you want like some like insanely like it's like the Mysterio villain, where like Mysterio does some like insanely cruel, manipulative, really cutting to the core of the character, really fucking with their head, It's like, yeah, you kind of want that, like it's a villain.
Discussion, just obviously worse.
And it's like I guess the argument's gonna be like, it's like, well, this really ruins Jean Grey, but it's like Jean Grey's just like Scarlet Witch or whatever, like they're like a pretty flawed individual. They're a pretty messy character. They're like a messy person. They're a pretty like they do some pretty horrendous shit. Like, isn't like one of the things that like Scarlet Witch does in the comics is like no more mutants or some shit like that? It's like basically like a rewriting of reality altogether, of like getting rid of all mutants. It was like a mutant genocide or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, and yeah, I know I'm saying that for Scarlet Witch, but I'm just saying Jean Grey is like it's not the same character exactly, but like it's the same kind of character where like they're incredibly powerful, destructive forces, and like keeping them like grounded and you know, reaching to their humanity is kind of like a vital thing for like all the characters in the universe to do. You know, for everyone's well-being, not just hers. You know what I mean?
£1 and 46 pence. Appreciate that, Jordan. Thank you for the
either abstain from using such methods because of
what exactly is so immoral about depowering like supervillains, though?
Well,
I guess I'll go in the waiting room for this take. I'm not really that invested in going over every single detail of the movie. I do kind of want to get their idea of like the essay moment a little bit further, or at least SK's position. I'm just really not that invested in like arguing every specifics of like, it's just like that. It's not that interesting to me. It's like, oh, why is this a 2 out of 10? It's like, oh, you know, I've already explained why I think like these people, and like, again, I could go over like all their opinions and, you know, maybe there's like somewhat of a reasonable case, but it's like, I don't know, man. Like, I just don't buy it. I just don't see myself like agreeing with every single like criticism or whatever. I feel like even just looking at like Queenman's criticisms and Parry's criticisms, it's like, you know, all right, like they don't like the movie as much. But I think at least like there's like some level of like nuance to their opinions a little bit, you know. And maybe that's the case. I'm sure that's the case with SK in a lot of ways, but you know, it's more of like particular like this is what I wanted from a Spider-Man film. Not what we actually got. Like, did it actually execute what it like served well? Yeah, I don't know if they're taking any more callers.
He needed to solve his own personal problems at that moment.
Well, it's honestly the only way he could properly deal with Jean as well.
And himself, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, like in the short term,
movies have been combining Jean Grey with the Dark Phoenix. Unlike how they're separate characters in the comics. Yeah. I think Brand New Day obviously doesn't like have her have the Dark Phoenix. I think we would have known by now. Pretty sure that would have been stated very transparently. They just like show you how dangerous, how destructive she can be with her, with the level of power scaling that she has already as is. But they don't like go in depth on like Dark Phoenix stuff.
But like specifically, you guys said, well, why is Peter even?
Yeah, I guess I just want to hash out the disagreement, slight disagreement. I guess I'll get their more nuanced thoughts because I have, to be fair, I haven't really heard SK's thoughts on the essay moment and like how they think about it and what it means for Jean Grey as a character, I suppose.
As if it were like some kind of a waste
on everybody, like with powers. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. I think it was mechanically weird to me because when he was trying to do that for himself, the inhibitor type thing, he needed to access like his own DNA.
Okay, so
I
it was
don't
just
know
like
how you do this like universally. They don't really explain that.
Okay, so it's just like the logistics that you have a problem with.
Yeah, which to be fair, I might need to think more on it personally. Like maybe I need to just look at it again and see if there's something I missed to understand it.
Is it the Dark Phoenix?
What about any
inside Jean's body or something? It's been so long, and I know the cartoon, not the comic. I doubt those are the same. Not a Jean Grey X-Men expert, but the Dark Phoenix can inhabit. It like chooses who it inhabits. So like, technically, the Dark Phoenix has, at least in the Marvel Rivals game for sure. Like there's like variations of like, you know, at one point, I think the Dark Phoenix was, I don't know if there's a romantic thing with Odin or like they actually combined like their power levels, or it can inhabit Namor, it can inhabit Wolverine. It just kind of chooses like as an entity in of itself, and you know, Phoenix is Jean Grey herself is like who Dark Phoenix chooses ultimately. I think in the comics is basically the same way. And in the dog shit X-Men movies, from what I remember, at least man, it's unfortunate because I think Jean Grey kind of like is not really she's not very well done in the actual movies in of itself from what I remember. To be fair, I'd probably have to rewatch to like feel confident in this opinion. But she was never like a standout. She was always kind of like whatever to me. And I think this movie is like the most I kind of like sympathized with her or like enjoyed her in totality. Yeah, I don't know. It's like a technically different person, but they share a body. I think combining those makes sense in the movies. Yeah. It's like kind of like think of like the symbiotes, like Venom or whatever. It's like something akin to that.
Narrative level, it just undermines what No Way Home did.
It does become its like own individual being, obviously, but I don't know if it's like once it inhabits, it's like shares everything and it becomes one. I'm pretty sure it's like individualized. And like the movies, from what I remember, I could be wrong on this, totally wrong on this. Do not quote me on this. But I think the Dark Phoenix is just like a force. It's not like a being in of itself like that, like at least communicates in the way that the symbiotes would. It's a being. I think it does choose people, but I don't think it's like the same kind of alien force that like directly communicates with any other. Like it doesn't come off as its own individual personality, if that makes sense. Yeah.
So like with that I may have forgotten, do I actually know you?
Well, that's not the energy of what he's saying. He's saying Peter is in like a realization. He's realizing something from this encounter.
X-Men movies are so camp. They serve their purpose. Personally, I think X-Men kicked off the modern superhero genre, but the Dark Knight movie takes all the credit. I mean, that's true. Well, Spider-Man trilogy, Raimi's Spider-Man trilogy, and X-Men do all the heavy lifting. And the Dark Knight, I would argue the Dark Knight makes it even further like normalized as like this is cinema. Like the potential for like superhero movies is like actual cinema, you know? I think that's what like the Dark Knight serves. I think that it serves its role in doing that. Like the Dark Knight trilogy in of itself altogether serves its role, but especially the Dark Knight as a movie. I don't even remember the sentiment behind Batman Begins, but I'm pretty confident the sentiment around Batman Begins is that it was solid, but like I don't think people were like enamored with it necessarily. If I were to like do a retrospective, I'd be curious to see if there was like a lot more praise. Like I think it was mostly like this is a good movie, but it's like, you know, there was not like the Dark Knight. Like once the Dark Knight came out, it was just like this is phenomenal. This is incredible. Like this is like one of the best movies of all time. Which, like to be fair, it's kind of true. Like it's like it is one of the best sequels of all time for sure. I think it was just that good. It was just like it's just like, you know, Batman Begins and Dark Knight Rises especially just come off as, by comparison at least, you know, to most people, just not mediocre, but just like, you know, like they're there. They're good. They're good. They're solid. But like, there's not a lot of people who are enamored with them. Are they gonna ever fucking drag me in, or
what came before? But I don't think
it's literally what Marvel's been doing with Spider-Man in the comics for years. It's returned to status quo, but this time he doesn't have his romantic relationship because he can't.
But why would you need your romantic? Like, why would you want the status quo to have the romantic relationship? It's okay. Like, it's okay to like get to this place again. Like, it's okay to be like, I would prefer that we do a little bit more exploration into like different characters or whatever. But for this story being told, it's okay to get the end state to be a little bit like of a status quo and the sentiment of like, well, like he's with like Ned and MJ, and it's like, you know, it's almost going to feel like, well, everything's just going to be okay. But it's like, you don't know that necessarily. The second film, like, this criticism would work better if the second and third film do not give any hardships to the relationships with Ned and MJ further on, you know? I think it's okay to like end it off where it's like, it's clearly not in the status quo as you would think too, because like they don't remember. It's not the same relationships, clearly, you know? MJ doesn't remember. MJ literally says, I don't love you. So it's not the status quo in terms of like, it's not even going to be the same with Ned, because like Ned's not going to remember most of their, you know, friendship, you know, and people change over time. So like, I don't even agree with the sentiment here.
Can't be happy. That's all that I'm seeing from this.
Do you think it will be a problem if he?
We want his classic relationship with Ned Leeds in this dog shit universe, and we want like MJ to be a character, but we hate the fact that he's dating her, and like so in No Way Home like fix that for us. So she goes, I arbitrarily still don't love you, so we can have that.
Wait, it's not arbitrarily. I don't know what you're talking about. It's not arbitrarily. She doesn't remember. She doesn't remember. It's a consequence of No Way Home. You want consequences for some of your films. No Way Home is a very flawed movie. But they earn the consequence of No Way Home is once, like, Peter finally, after 5 fucking years, like, gets discovered as, like, you know, Peter Parker with the note or whatever, like, the consequence is, well, you probably should have just straight up, like, admitted to, like, Ned and MJ about exactly what happened. You probably should have read the fucking note. The consequence is, well, it's been 5 fucking years. I have a fucking boyfriend. I don't fucking know you, buddy. So I don't love you. It's not arbitrarily. It's earned. It, like, makes sense. It's the through line. What do you mean arbitrarily? I'm gonna spaz, bro. I'm gonna spaz. Some of these critiques, man. It's like, what are we doing here? Okay. I'm gonna chill. It's so stupid. Some of these critiques are so stupid. I might actually spaz out. Oh my god. Spider-Man and X-Men, yes, most of the series aged like shit. I don't think so. I don't think they age like... Well, X-Men aged more like shit in terms of, like, it's inconsistent. It's all over the place. Timeline-wise, movie-wise, quality-wise. It's all over the place. So I kind of agree with that. Like, there's a lot of camp. But I don't think all of them age like shit, necessarily. It's for a time and place. It was definitely for a time and place, like all movies, you know? Personally, I think X-Men kicked off the modern superhero genre, but the Dark Knight movie takes all the credit. Oh, yeah. I think I read this already. Why did I? Okay. Dark Knight elevated the genre. Elevated. The Dark Knight is a better movie than it is, like, a Batman movie or even superhero movie. I think I would argue that. It is a good superhero movie. It is a really good superhero movie. But I think it is a better movie than it is a superhero movie. It elevated the genre in a way where it's like these movies can be taken more seriously, right? And you can show how, like, these movies can be done really well and taken really seriously, right? In a way that, like, doesn't feel like outlandish, or like it's like you can't ever take any moment of these movies seriously at all, you know? I think it does that a lot better. Even though Raimi trilogy arguably does this as well, and even the X-Men trilogy, or not X-Men trilogy, but X-Men movies have done this before, I think The Dark Knight takes it in places where it's like, oh, we can do it even further like that. Like, we can, like, straight up just go, like, and do, like, some more experimentation with how far we can take this into, like, the level of realism, I suppose, is a good way of putting it. My friend group really liked Batman Begins. Yeah, I think Batman Begins is a little underrated. It's a little underrated. There are places where Batman Begins is kind of, like, very mid. Like, where, like, some of, like, the action sequences are kind of bad. but they're not like horrendous. But it's like, I think we could do better. I think we could do better. But like, I like Ra's al Ghul as a villain for the most part. I like the origin story. I actually, I'm not that invested with like Batman having romance in his films or stories at all. But I felt like some sort of like level of chemistry and
stupid
investment with like the romantic interest in Batman Begins. I think if anything, like The Dark Knight kind of like showed me more that it's like, oh, like I think that's like one thing Batman Begins definitely has over Dark Knight, where it's like I'm not as invested in this relationship, you know, in The Dark Knight. Or like at least the you know, Bruce Wayne wanting to pursue this relationship. It's complicated because obviously she's with Harvey Dent by that point, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. I don't care about waiting for these fucking idiots. I'm good. I'm good. Maybe the next disagreement day, if I'm streaming, I'll fucking talk to him about. I'm not gonna sit here and fucking wait while you guys spurg out about brand new day. I don't give a shit enough. I'm not gonna do that forever. What was I in there for, like 20 minutes? No thanks. I'm not gonna wait all day. I'm gonna if anything, I don't know. Like I do and I don't, but I don't want to like go in with 5 people. I don't want to wait all day. Go in with 5 people, and like who I really want to talk to is SK in the first place. I have like people chip in. That's just obnoxious. I hate those kind of calls, if I'm being honest. You know what? Let's be fair. Let's do one more checkup. Let's give it like an idea. Are they actually gonna fucking move on and take callers again, or what?
She says that she says that in Far From Home.
Yeah. So that's my question. Like, what's the personal reason besides like, oh well, he might be Spider-Man? What's interesting about Peter to her? I don't think they even addressed that.
Well, I think first and foremost, would you grant that they are at least friends beforehand?
Not really.
Probably not,
do they have?
because even in Homecoming, they barely even talk.
Yeah, there's not enough interactions for me to really say that they were friends beforehand.
Yeah, and then Far From
That's not really true at all. In Homecoming, I will agree with the sentiment of like, can you establish this like romance as being like any more believable than like say something that like has more screen time, like Tony and MJ's connection or whatever in the Raimi films? Like, I would agree with that sentiment, but it's like, it's not that like they didn't get along or have any like back and forth at all in Homecoming. They weren't romantically interested in each other, but like it's not like they weren't friends at all. So there's that for one. And then in like Far From Home, like the main criticism I agree with as well is like, I think this should have been built up better and built up a little bit more if you're going to go down this road with Homecoming, is like maybe pursue the idea of like a romantic interest or develop a romantic interest a little bit more like naturally, give them a little bit more screen time. But like it kind of starts off with like, well, I developed a crush off screen with MJ, which, I mean, I want to like, you could criticize that more harshly, but it's like, yeah, that does happen. Like these comic book characters do have lives outside of being shown on the screen, you know, like there's going to be stuff that happens off screen that, you know, maybe you just can take it and run with it. Right. So, you know, the natural through line of like Far From Home is like, he keeps trying to like be able to spend time with, you know, the girl he likes. Right. But he, you know, keeps getting interrupted. And that's like the classic, you know, Spider-Man shenanigans or whatever of like being Spider-Man, interfering with your personal life or whatever. So, yeah, I would agree. Like, you could do more to like make it more believable that these two like each other. But like, I don't think there's like anything. I don't think it's like nothing is shown on screen to like make you be able to buy it by the time No Way Home comes out. Like, I can at least, I've seen worse, more surface level romantic like plot points, like beat for beats, you know, with the characters. Like, you know what I mean? Tired of a love interest being in every movie. It feels like an outdated trope to get women in seats. It's just so overdone. I think the Spider-Man films, they are appropriate because they're in a lot of Spider-Man media.
Yeah, and Far From Home just jumps right into the whole fucking. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do to win MJ over in the beginning of the scene, and it's like, bro, what's the like? What the fuck?
And they can barely.
Aren't you supposed to be fucking mourning over the fact that you fumbled lip?
I mean, I'm fine with him trying to move forward. It's just I'm not saying like the relationship is non-functional or anything. I'm saying there's not really any depth to it. Like what
I would
can
agree.
say
There's
about,
not a lot of depth. There is not that much depth, but it's like, you know, by the time of No Way Home, it's like, I think there is enough there where like the inevitable through line of like the consequence of like the choices he makes or whatever still feels like you know, meaningful, you know. I still think in of itself is it's like a sacrifice or whatever, you know.
True with no substance. So
like it's just how I feel. Like I think this is a preference. It's just how I feel about like MJ and like Peter in the Raimi films. A lot of people would be like, "Well, I buy them as a couple, and I was rooting on them," but it's like I wasn't. So, you know, because you know of the back and forth in their chemistry, and their chemistry is like, does that make these films on a technical level like any worse or whatever? Like, yeah, there's depth, but it's like if I'm not invested in these two as a romantic pair or even characters in of itself at times, MJ more so than Peter, it's like, you know, then it's like it's really going to be hard to sell me on like, wow, you should love this, you should love these movies, you should love these movies as much as we do. Yeah, it's the same kind of sentiment, I suppose.
And Peter as a relationship.
Oh yeah, like
it sucks.
We don't really care that much.
Like I can't force it, and like personally, like it's perfectly understandable to have this take. Like I can't force people to be like, wow, like you know, this is really earned. You know, these moments, the MJ Peter relationship, this romantic tension between them, this is really earned. I think in places it does enough to like get me a little bit more invested in the potential future of both of them, you know, as a pair.
Them getting back together, because
yeah, I don't care.
Well, I mean, like you can speak. I mean, you can definitely speak to his character in spite of the fact that he has like other responsibilities that seem to be distracting him.
You would just know that like, despite like your feelings on the pair and whether or not they work together, like you would know by by just watching the film, you would know how much this does affect Peter overall. Like it does have like a long-term kind of like consequence. Like there is like
he's
like
still
a devastation behind his eyes. There's like a soul-crushing, like, you know, feeling that like is unresolved.
Who puts his best foot forward when he can be present. I mean, that's like present throughout the entire. That's like present throughout the entirety of Homecoming, where he's like
when
freaking out over like what kind of gift he ought to get MJ, and then even before that,
she doesn't
even
know
before
that
the
till the end.
No, but even before that though, like I'm pretty sure he says something or gives her something when they're in.
Like I think what Far From Home does, what they're trying to communicate, I don't think it's as executed as well as they want it to be. But like they like do this perfect kind of like, not perfect obviously, but they do this kind of like representation of like what it's like to be like, you know, having a crush on someone and they have a crush on you, but it's like an awkward kind of like experience to like kind of know for certain how the other feels about you, and to like spend time with that person and then like get blockaded over and over and over again, right? I think they did that okay. I can see why this doesn't work for people. I'm perfect. Yeah, like it's perfectly understandable. But
Venice or whatever, and she finds it like quirky and cute, and it really speaks to how he's paying.
like
attention
I think that gives like somewhat of a relatability. Like that's like a relatable aspect that I think like some people can resonate with. Well, at least in Far From Home, like that like thing that they're going for with the MJ and Peter dynamic. You know.
to her, and like there's that dynamic there. Like there definitely are scenes, and could it have been better?
There's not enough.
Yeah, I mean,
There's just
all
not
this really
enough,
communicates
because what
to me
we
is
go
that she
by-
just kind of likes him, which I get that, but that's not really an.
But we don't
in-depth
really,
reason.
yeah, there's nothing like intimately like special about it. Like it feels like just a high school crush.
It's just random. It's just generic relationship. That's all it is.
Yeah,
I think
it's
it's.
boring.
I think
the reason why like for example, the comic book version of MJ works is because she like thematically like reflects Peter in a lot of different ways, but she has a lot of differences that strengthens him as a person, and vice versa.
Also, they actually have interpersonal drama.
I mean, I would definitely say there is.
Like it's a different approach for sure. Like it's definitely a flawed approach as well. Like this is a reason like Far From Home is definitely like one of my least favorite Spider-Man films. The least favorite, objectively speaking and subjectively in my experience. But it's like the approach of like, well, let's try to tell the story about like a kid trying to like, you know, tell the crush how he feels about them and try to, you know, get to know the crush and experience, you know, what it's like to, you know, really get to know somebody and like really truly like fall in love over time, you know, but you keep getting interrupted by like your daily life of Spider-Man. I don't know. Like it's more in the execution than anything, where like if we're like making the like, well, there's not a lot enough interpersonal drama or this and that, and yeah, like I agree with that, but like I don't know. I don't think that makes or break necessarily the story in of itself on paper at least. Whatever. I don't care. I'm not going to wait all day. Fuck them. I'll join next time. And maybe we'll talk about my Spider-Man disagreements. Yeah, I'm just not personally that invested of waiting forever while they rant on and don't even pay attention to their fucking waiting room. Even when I like say, oh, I'm in the waiting room. Are you taking callers? Fucking annoying, dude. I'm not here... Gonna spend like 2-3 hours fucking waiting. No thanks, I'm good. Let's see. I think that's it. Guys. I think we're wrapping up. Yeah, I think I'm good. I think I got the content I wanted out today. We'll try to go for I'm in that server. We'll join another disagreement day. Hopefully we can just go in as soon as the disagreement day starts or whatever, or maybe I'll message SK himself or something like that and talk about a particular, maybe the movie in depth a little bit more, a particular take. I think the essay Jean Grey take would be interesting to talk about a little bit. Well, this is great, but it really makes no sense. If I dated a woman for years and then she forgot about me somehow, the fact that I already had dated her would make pursuing her so easy, and that I am Spider-Man, forget about it. Well, no, this is a world where, like, the written note is very believable in a world where Thanos snaps half a reality or whatever. It was perfectly reasonable to believe that had he went over to like MJ or Ned and you know told them, filled them in on context. Yes, the relationship is not going to be necessarily the same because they won't remember, but it starts you on the right path at least of being able to pick up the pieces of the consequences of No Way Home immediately. But because of his trauma of the loss of Aunt May and the inevitable consequences, like one of the lessons he learned because of the loss of Aunt May is to be, you know, a lot more particular about not sharing his identity, you know, with like close ones because he doesn't want to put them at risk. But again, that's not his choice to make ultimately, you know. And it only has long-term negative ramifications for him and the other people and anyway, inevitably. So, yeah. Like, you shouldn't just restart and never tell them and just be like, I think the ethical and right thing to do in this superhero world is fill them in, be honest with them. This is me. Everyone forgot about me. Here's why. You know, it'll take some adapting. It'll take some time to get like adjusted to even believing that, but it is perfectly in this kind of crazy comic book world. It's perfectly reasonable to assume that they would be able to accept that and believe that. Jesus Christ, what are we doing? Peter himself did not lose his memories. He would still know how to make MJ happy. It's not about showing her he is Spider-Man. It's more like the assets, aka amazing body, to his advantage. Okay. Alright. Okay. Elon Musk's lawsuit to stop an AI child porn ban in Minnesota has officially failed. The ban will take a... Like... Even just pursuing this guy needs his fucking, like, hard drives checked. What? Okay, fine. We'll put it like that. Why are we not checking his hard drives? What are we doing here? What a grotesque loser. That's putting it mildly. That's putting it mildly. Jeez, man. Holy fuck. Okay, I promise the very next stream we'll start doing this. Okay? We will start doing this. Because Zoo Phillips wants it. And honestly... I want it. We won't do this today, but very next stream we'll start. Asben Gold 10. We'll just start snarking the fuck out of anything and everything that I can find that's interesting to snark about, like, and laugh at. We'll even going into Asben Girl's girlfriend. We'll just find whatever. We'll just find whatever and we'll just slop it out. All right. We'll just snark. Okay. I watched a video last night where he asserted there was a group effort to overrun Spain with Africans. It's so stupid. I believe you. I believe he would say something as stupid as this. Oblivion NPCs are smarter than her. Kick him out. Game proved everything wrong. Women have gone too far. Everyone is lying about this movie. Political gender gap. So wait. Yeah, maybe I'll watch some of this on my off time to get a gauge of like what I would say, what I would react, what I really want to like have the most interest in terms of snarking. Yeah, we'll do this. We'll do this. I mean it this time. I mean it. We will do this. It's on the agenda. It's on the agenda of very next stream, okay? Very next stream. You mean a CCP planted girlfriend? Sure. Or OnlyFans girlfriend or whatever, yeah. I did notice nobody seems to actually care that she's like a sex worker or whatever, and it's like, okay, so we weren't really, a lot of people weren't really snarking. iDubbbz were being with somebody who does OnlyFans. It was some of that, but it was mostly like because iDubbbz is more progressive. That's the real issue people had. Okay, way to reveal yourselves, fucking retards. Elon Musk plans to spend $120 million backing GOP candidates in the midterms. He spent $260 million in 2024 to get Trump reelected, the largest ever individual political donor in a single U.S. election cycle. Musk is focusing on Senate races, 8 states and a few House races. Get money out of politics. Very basic take, very easy take to understand. You think about it for like 2 seconds. Too much of a corrupting force, clearly. Paying for opinions is OP. Lying is OP. Paying for opinions is very, very OP. If I could just pay somebody to have like the opinion of like, well, this person bad, and you're paying them like $7,000 like to tweet that this person bad, you know how much people are willing to like just sell their fucking soul because it's like that's the easiest way I can make fucking money. Like it's actually insane. It's actually insane how much you can get just by selling out. It's too easy. It's too easy, and that's why they do it. That's why they have to do it too, is because their ideas are so bad that you have to pay people, or you have to give them an incentive in the structure of capitalism to like, you know, throw other people under the bus for their own survival or for their own means of potentially pursuing a more upper class existence is a better way of putting it. Yeah. You keep saying I should keep clips. I'm going to try to save clips of Asmong. Is there any topic you want me to look out for, like Middle Eastern or trans? Well, yeah, we can go into trans stuff. Really, anything like those three. But even like even if there's like more obscure things where you're like, wow, this is like actually like, I don't hear people call Asmongold out on this more. I think it needs to be called out on this more. If you can find stuff like that like I can look through and dig in, like we should do clips like that too. We should find like more like, not like the typical stuff that people usually criticize him for. We should really dig in, you know, like dig, like really like cut to his core, like whatever we can find in terms of like being able to snark him. We need to get a little bit more outside the box. We'll talk about try to save clips about these topics. Do me a favor. I think I don't know if you're in the server or not. In the Discord server. I don't know if you have a Discord or whatever, but actually, if you're going to do all this, put every clip that you can think of and content suggestions. Every single thing about Asmongold that you want me to cover. We'll just dig in. We'll just dig the fuck in, and that's a better way of like putting it on the docket list. Things where I think the left, for a lack of a better phrase, should be aware of. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Like just like really dig in, like, you know. Shoe on Head is like much more unbearable to watch by comparison, but we'll try to do this with Shoe on Head as well. I know there was like some other thing that she was like doing that people got like rightfully upset with her about, but I don't remember what it was. Something about white supremacy. It's like actually hard to watch Shoe on Head. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. The smug aura, it mocks me. You know what I mean? Dude, I need to save this as a soundboard because like I feel like this is me, man. So, when I'm watching some of these people, it's like, holy fuck. Like, it's not even just the take. It's the way you deliver your horrible, atrocious opinion. It's sometimes it is literally just a delivery. This needs to be on my soundboard now.
Now, Frank hated this painting, you know. He made me take it down.
I do not like this painting, Charlie. Smug aura mocks me.
we need okay, that needs to be on my soundboard. I need to get rid of one of my soundboard things and replace it with that, because, dude, that's such an that's so appropriate to me.
Why are you so fucking negative all the time?
Okay, we're getting rid of.
Who are you people?
Oh, fuck. I might have to get rid of it. I like both of these. I have the Spencer one.
This is so fucking disgusting that, like, I think white genocide should happen.
How often am I? It's so unique though. I like that one. I like the Spencer one, and I like the Kyle ones.
Political.
We should get rid of this Kyle.
Political
one.
Violence doesn't work.
We have the other Kyle ones. The other Kyle ones are fine. We'll get rid of this one. We might go, it's smug Aura mocks me. Yeah.
Like this guy's actual filth. This guy's actual bottom of the barrel filth.
I think this one's, that's a perfect Parry quote. That's an iconic Parry quote. That needs to stay on the soundboard. I am there. I just don't use Discord, but that is where I'll post it. Yeah, like if you're ever going to use Discord, just post content suggestion stuff. If you want, like, if we want to take, that's the best way to like put all these things on my docket, you know? Chris is great. You can let go of the Patrick one. I'll probably get rid of the Kyle one because it's kind of redundant. Because this one's better. The other Kyle one is better.
We need re-education camps, bro. We might need re-education. I'm not so sure a gulag was a bad idea. Come to think of it.
Yeah, the Kyle one is like redundant. I like the Kyle one, but we don't need the other Kyle one. I can see myself using the who are you people one a lot more. Not that I use this. I don't try to overuse the soundboard, but I like it. I like it as an option. If I ever like feel compelled to make like a joke and I just think of these quotes or whatever. Over here in this stream, we don't abuse the soundboard. We don't abuse the soundboard like some people do. Cough, cough, Hassan. We don't abuse the soundboard, okay? We don't do that. Not over here. I do plan on getting a mic. My built-in mic won't work, but I want to argue with you to make content. Oh, yeah. Well, on your own accord, on your own time. Yeah, whenever you do. Yeah, cool. Feel free. Yeah. Just let me know. There will be a Discord when that time comes. All right. I don't work until 11 p.m., but I have nothing else I want to meaningfully cover, and I'm not going to sit here on Disagreement Day. Like, I just don't care. I don't care enough. We'll do next Disagreement Day. I got what I wanted out of all this, and I want to just kind of breathe a little bit and chill. Thank you, Kathy, for being here. Thank you, Farflight, for being here. Thank you, Clark Kuntz. Thank you, Chronic, the Hemp Hog Reel. Thank you, Parry, Purple Parry Gaming, for being here. Thank you, Vadim. Zoo Phillips, Blueberry Moore, thank you. Shout outs. Webmaster4531, thank you for being here. Aw Shadow, thank you for being here. I should really find more to dive into on I don't know, it just gets redundant. I don't want to go back to the I'm trying to let it breathe. We'll just let it breathe. We'll talk about it every once in a while when something like happens, but I don't want to go back to the well of DGG shenanigans and all that. I don't care enough. I've lost investment. Like, you know, there's times where it's fun, but yeah. Asmongold arc. Let's call this the Asmongold arc, okay? Asmongold tent. Yeah. Okay, that'll be okay. We're Asmongold snarkers now. On to better paths. On the better things. God, I'm gonna hate myself after doing enough of this. Alright. Later.